you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
When a person is seriously injured, there's no substitute for the personal legal relationship offered by the local NorCal firm of Ashton and Price. From the first attorney meeting, every important decision is made with a direct consultation with, and I can't believe I have to say this, a real, live, experienced, flesh and blood local attorney. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton and Price, serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries with no fee until we win. For the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Sacramento's Outwork playlist is Mix 96. Now with 4 opportunities each weekday to be our $1,000 Employee of the Day. Today's hits and yesterday's favorites. Mix 96.
Welcome to the Bar None Auction. Bar None Auction is selling thousands of items this Saturday, January 10th in Sacramento. Large farming and construction equipment, cars, trucks, and industrial supplies all sold to the highest bidder. Always open to the public. Visit barnoneauction.com.
600. So.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Feeding your passion for local sports in the afternoon. It's the Drive Guys on your radio at 1140 a.m.
Streaming audio at SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys.
Hey, listen, I hope you will indulge me for just a moment. I know we have a lot to talk about today, and the Kayla Anderson news is exciting. I need to get some on my chest. I'm really having a hard time, Jay, with everything going on today in Minneapolis. I'm having a terrible time with it. I don't profess to know everything that happened. I know enough about what happened to know that there's some horrible things going on in our country right now, and I know that's not why I'm here, and I know you may not care what I think of that, but I'm having a hard time with it today, and I just need to express that if I'm going to have any chance to go on and do my job today. So thank you for listening to that. This is a very, very, very sad day, very difficult day.
Definitely understand, my brother.
Yeah.
Definitely. We got your back, Mr. Gleason.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And like I say, I know that, hey, maybe you know about all that. Like, you come here so you get away from that. And that's my job. So onward we go. Thank you for allowing me to just share that. The Kayla Anderson news today. Just found out Kayla. Jay and I got to work with Kayla a lot over the last couple of months. So I'm very happy that she's going to be part of the team here. She's going to be part of the midday show starting Monday. And we know that Alan's going to move into this chair Monday. And more information to come on what's going on in the afternoons. But Jay, I know you and I, we had a good time working with Kayla and appreciated all her efforts. And I'm glad that she's going to be around for a while. So
Man,
that's good news.
So Kayla's on the midday?
Yeah, you didn't hear?
Man, I'm always out the loop, brother.
Yeah.
I'm never in the loop. I'm always on outside of the know until I need to know.
Right, I understand that. That's how I was when I found out about Alan being on this show.
No doubt, man. Congratulations to Kayla and doing her 1-2 Dougie.
Mm-hmm.
Kayla definitely been a not a surprise, but a pleasant surprise in meeting her. Didn't know that we would come across each other, meaning meeting her and having the opportunity. And someone else's loss is someone else's gain, right? Mm-hmm. She left Tennessee, Nashville, and came this way to the West Coast where she's from, even though she's from the Pacific Northwest, and we don't claim Seattle's the West Coast.
Right.
But you get what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah.
But no, all shots out to Kayla, and, Godspeed, good stuff, and hopefully she will succeed, as we know she will. Mm-hmm. Didn't know she was going to be in the midday.
Yeah.
Man.
Mm-hmm. I know that she
clap it up for her.
She's definitely been successful in a very short time here at this station. She's done a number of things, and people have responded, and so very happy for her. And looking forward to whenever the next, part of this mystery is going to be revealed, Jay. When that's going to be, I don't know.
Listen, I'm not I like surprises. I like being surprised, and I don't mind being the person that does the surprises. But when it comes to this, I like to be in the know. And so I always look at myself as a fan of anything. Even though I might be the person that, is doing the talking, I still am a fan of you. I am a fan of Kayla. I'm a fan of Chris Rely, Jay Ross, maybe not Dave. No, I got nothing but love for Dave. Definitely a fan of Kyle. We'll see when it comes to Allen. I don't know about if I'm a fan of his
but
yet
you're
or not.
keeping an open mind. I think that's all anybody can really ask.
Draper has kind of warped my mind when it comes to Allen, so we'll figure it out. No, I kid. I truly kid. I don't need nobody be out here thinking somebody hating on Allen, brother. But shouts out to Kayla and doing her 1-2 step here and moving on up the ladder.
Yeah. Yeah. So she starts in that slot on Monday.
What time is that start?
That's a, what is that, 10 to 2?
I might start listening to 10 o'clock shows.
Yeah, you should.
Because you know what normally happens? As you know, I'm not a morning person. I normally get up, take my daughter to school. My daughter takes over the aux cord, so to say, as they say, but takes over the radio more times than not. She's putting in song per song what she wants to get her hyped up to go to school. So I rarely listen to anything in the morning. Every now and then on the way home, I'll catch it depending on what car I'm in. One of the cars I have doesn't have radio, which is crazy. It's bananas. It's an electric car. You got to download apps and stuff. I'm good with that. But I don't normally listen to our station until I get home, or I catch clips kind of when I kind of get moving, 10, 11. So I'll listen to the morning show, Sam Amick, Barrows.
Yeah, and you can get the Sactown Sports app now too, Jay.
You can, very true.
Device.
Yeah. Is it free?
Yeah.
Oh,
absolutely.
I didn't know. Again, I just said I'm never in the know. I am truly never in the know. But yeah, I kind of skip and glaze over to 10 to 2. I do. Okay, I'm kidding. I'm truly
Everybody does have that. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. Everybody has that period where you're like, that's just not my radio time or not my TV time or whatever.
Well, no, I'm just hating on Allen right now.
Yeah, somebody asking here about Allen, Banta the Young. Drive Guys with Styles, that starts on Monday, so we're looking forward to that. I want to circle back to something you said, Jay, about how your daughter usually has the radio. It just reminded me way back when, living in Vallejo, every so often on a Friday night, Mom would drive us to, we'd go to the Sun Valley Mall in Concord.
Yes.
Which was like, that was a big deal at the time. Like, let's go to the mall.
I know that's right.
Yeah, and she had a deal with me or me and my brothers, depending on who was going. So either there or back, and she would let me pick. You have the radio, you can listen to whatever you want, one of the ways, and then she got it the other way.
Okay.
So,
I like that.
So that was kind of like in a football game, do we kick or do we receive? Are we going to defer or do we take the ball? So, I think I'll be happier if I say I want to come home, but I need to listen to my toots, Mom.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's right. Which one did you normally go with? Is there a breakdown of to or fro?
Typically, at that time, KFRC 610 AM in the Bay Area playing all the current songs. It was like, rock, Mom, we're going to listen to rock.
Attaboy.
Yeah.
Were you more of a come home and let's get it pumping, or did it depend on the mood?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I think, if you have discipline, it's like, I'm going to take it on the way home, but it was so hard.
Right.
To say, Mom, what are we
What was Mom listening to? Because, see, I think
KABL, I think,
What was that at the time?
Easy listening
okay.
I think, yeah. Sometimes I think she'd listen to some classical stuff.
All right. A little Mozart or something?
Sure.
Okay.
But, looking back on it now, that was pretty fair.
Okay.
And she's like, yeah, you can have one and you get to pick. So
yeah, that's kind of out the window these days. And shouts out to Mama Gleason, because I respect that.
Yeah.
Like, truly. And not to be, I'm not trying to make it Jay cars. No, it truly depends on the car that we take in the morning. Because one of my cars that we normally take, or 2 of them that have radios, right? And so my daughter knows more times than not the radio, when we get into the car, is normally on one of the sports stations throughout the country, right? And so she's like, oh, Dad, here we go, you know. And more times than not, when I leave here, if I'm not slapping no music, I'm listening to a game or something of that nature till I'm able to get to a television. Sometimes I jump out the car and that's what's on last night. And so my daughter's like, oh, Dad, we're not listening. I don't want to listen to this. It's your job. I don't want to listen to this. So that's fine. And then there is, though, every now and then when I have to kind of be a little selfish. And I don't know if it's a good thing, but I don't feel bad about it.
You shouldn't.
Thank you. That was my question. I was going to ask. Should I feel bad sometime when I'm like, you know what? You get the aux cord too much.
Right.
I do it with my wife too.
Yeah, and you're actually, I think, I've met your daughter once or twice. Nothing specifically about her, but you're teaching a person a lesson there when you're teaching a child. Like, you know what? Sometimes it is not all about you. Because as children, you know, we grow up, everything, what do you want? Yeah. And sometimes you get older, it's like, just so you know, it's not always like that as you get a little older. You got to be a little more, considerate of other people.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure your daughter is very considerate.
She is. She's a good foundation. Yeah. Good foundation, if I might say so myself. Mm-hmm. Good stock. Yeah. As they like to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, Jay, I'm a little concerned about something going on with our basketball team.
Are we talking about DeMar DeRozan's comments, or are we talking about what else?
Well, first of all, you look at the game, and I run it through the checklist.
Sure.
Whitey's checklist this year, which is, you don't concern yourself with the win so much. The 4 items you look at, any young players play well? Yeah, Maxime Reynaud had a good game. Any vets you'd like to move, put up numbers? Yeah, DeRozan had a good game. Was the game competitive? Very competitive game, right? So It was enjoyable. Nationally televised game, and we were talking yesterday about the atmosphere. Mm-hmm. I thought it was a really good atmosphere.
Man, seemed that way.
And did the Kings maintain or improve lottery position? Yes. So there's at least 4 checks there. Boom, 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 boom.
Why are you worried?
The thing that concerns me is, yes, it has to do with the way things broke down at the end of the game. And Coach Christie mentioned after the game, we were supposed to run. They ran something different than what they were supposed to run. And if you watch the play, you can see that DeMar had a really good game. He kind of blew up the last play, and I don't know if he forgot the play or decided he didn't want to do it. And it just speaks to me of the danger of trying to show your young players, this is how it's done, and the veterans are showing you how it's done. And that's just not the type of thing you want to show young players. I think some of the veterans are getting antsy, which is understandable. They don't want to be here. And if we start to have the whole thing sliding backwards at all, wow, it's one thing to commit to young players and be stuck because you still have all the veterans, but it's something else entirely if all of a sudden the environment, because the veterans don't want to be here, starts to go the other way. I'm not saying that's happening, but last night has me looking for it. That's not a good thing to happen. I know right now we don't need to care so much about the wins and losses, but if you have things like that happening, it's not good, Jay. So I'm keeping an eye on that.
All right. Let me talk you off the ledge here. Let me bring you over to the lighted side of the conversation of the argument.
Okay, because I'm pretty dug in here.
Yeah,
What do you got?
I see how you pushed the chair back, and I was like, oh man, okay, I got to come with something convincing. I would say this: let's start with this. The same form in which you're talking is the same form on the opposite side. People wondered why Russell Westbrook was here. You can't have positives and not have negatives and vice versa, right? That's all common sense. If you have a DeMar DeRozan, for everything that he is, some things go awry. You look for the positive is same thing in the form of correcting what's wrong, what's going on.
Yeah.
And I give DeMar DeRozan, and we could play it. I know that we've been playing it all day, and that's perfectly fine if you want to hear it again, Whitey, and for the people that are appointment listening at 211. I if nothing else, I give DeMar the love and saying, look, he called a play, we blew it up, it wasn't ran, never really gave the reason. You tried to give a reason, you tried to figure out a reason, and you're spitballing. The fact of the matter is it didn't happen. This is not a winning team right now, and albeit you want to win a game, you never want to lose, even though you checked your boxes. It's not the bigger grand scheme of things, because I think we're already past the fact that we missed a play. I think plays have been called all season. And rookies, youngsters, as you call them, people that you may want to grow this organization down the line. I'm not giving excuses, but also there is and here goes the example, and I think we've talked about this before. If you're 3 years old and you're reaching over and we got a fireplace and you put your hand in there and we say, hot, hot, hot. Okay, you learn yourself, you put your hand in there, you feel the heat and you understand it's time to pull out. Sometimes, and this is what I'm saying right here, Whitey, is sometimes it's kind of like a Keegan discussion. We need to stop babysitting some of these people and understand if they're a ball player or not. Mm-hmm. I understand you have to be taught. I understand you have to be educated. True, but sometimes you got to learn on your own. And at this point of the season, if you're still depending on learning with some of the things that's going on with the Sacramento Kings and the veterans, when everybody is pretty much talked about, anti-checked out, whatever word you want to use, sometimes you got to kind of go and put yourself and educate yourself and be self-teaching, self-taught in how you operate, how you're a professional, how you move along in the game, and also what not to do when you're in this position.
I don't disagree with any of that. I just think that on any level, even if you're talking about the 6th grade.
Whitey, I'm trying to help you.
Yeah, I know. And I don't think I'm as close to the ledge as you think I am.
Okay.
But I am keeping an eye on something. Even in the 6th grade, if you're, playing basketball and you drop a play and they don't run it, you have to address that. It's like, and I know this is, the NBA is far different. And usually 6th grade would be like, I forgot it. Okay,
lost my key for the 46th time.
Yeah. And that happens. And I know in the NBA, I'll bet you it happens a lot more than most of us realize. But with this situation, in my view right now, it's a little bit fragile. You've got a coach who is coaching in really difficult circumstances. And in my opinion, we really won't be able to tell much about Coach Christie as an NBA head coach until he gets young players that he can mold. So now it's kind of an awkward situation. And then when you have a veteran player who doesn't run the play, that has to be addressed.
Yep.
It happens. And it's DeMar DeRozan. I get it. I'm not saying, oh, no, here we go. But I'm just saying, ooh, that's not good. The danger of keeping all the veterans, as we've discussed all week, and you may not be able to move them for more than pennies on the dollar. Might not be prudent to do that. But if you don't, the risk is the environment starts to backslide a little bit where it becomes less than ideal for raising, if you will, or teaching young players. You're right, Jay. It's like, oh, they're not little kids. Mm-hmm. They got to learn from themselves. I don't want this thing to start going the wrong way.
Is it not already?
With you, I hope not. I mean, I hope not behind the scenes, but the fear is, let's face it, the Kings typically, things do tend to go the wrong way. So I'm a little sensitive about all that.
Understandable. I would say, I think the play, meaning on the court, and please correct me if I'm wrong, on the court and the way this team is playing has kind of already backslid.
Yeah, maybe
right?
so. Yeah,
okay, we can agree to that. Mm-hmm. But if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying behind closed doors, the X's and O's, the teaching, the manifesting of what can happen in the future, we don't want that, the foundation, as Scott Perry continues to talk about, we don't want that to go awry. And so even when we have teachable moments, which to me last night is a very teachable moment. Also to me last night, I think Coach Christie came out. Well, I know Coach Christie came out and DeMar DeRozan also came out and said, yo, we messed it up. Mm-hmm. Now, whoever wants to take the blame, but we messed it up. Meaning whoever's listening right now, you can point to whoever, because I see somebody say, well, Scott Perry's the one to blame from Campio. No problem. At this point, I think there's many fingers that can be pointed by, the eye of the beholder, right? Mm-hmm. But I'm not exactly sure, Whitey. I follow that this one thing, this play.
You lost the game, and that doesn't matter. We agree on that, right? In the larger scheme of things,
for sure.
But you have your veteran player blew up a play that the coach had called and had just installed that day. So that's really okay. Like I say, I know that happens. But it, to a degree, undermines a coach that is trying to impress everything that he knows about basketball and wants out of his team on his team, especially his younger players. It's just not ideal. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's not a big deal, but it's not ideal, and I hope it doesn't happen anymore because DeMar DeRozan, I think, did it because, like, I don't know what we're doing. I want to win the game. He destroyed the play, which actually was not a poorly designed play, and that makes me go, yeah, they lose the game, big deal, but, man, that's unfortunate that happened in that situation. Because he absolutely, I don't think he meant to, but he sabotaged the play. Your veteran, the guy that everyone's looking up to, all your young players, as they should. Man, that's DeMar DeRozan.
Did he sabotage it, though?
He did. And I'm not saying he did it intentionally. I'm not saying he meant for it to fail. But what he did was like, oh, no, you did that wrong.
Did he do it? You said not maliciously.
No,
okay.
No. He inadvertently. He destroyed the play in his efforts to give me the ball and I'm going to win the game. Yeah.
Okay.
So
I got you.
I
understand
ideal.
what you're saying.
Not ideal.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, Whitey, don't read that much into it because I think we're past that in this season. But I do understand every moment is a teachable moment. Every moment is a time to educate yourself to be better, become a better person, which means become a better basketball player, a better, teammate, and everything else you want to throw out there. I'm with that. But
this may not be fair, Jay, but he is the last guy I would expect to see something like that.
Whitey, I'm gonna hit you with my Draper. Whitey, just slow down, Whitey. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Truly, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think at this point in time in the season, you're looking to get a W at any point in time that you possibly can. And when you're yearning for a W, sometimes things get out of whack. You've been in the heat, you've been in the passion of a moment of trying to get a W, and sometimes things don't play out the way that they normally do. They had three opportunities to win the game, and to be completely honest, none of them look like, the play.
To that point, I wore my Pepperdine shirt today.
The wave.
In support of Coach Christie.
Not a boy.
Because he did a cool thing last night. Because he didn't say, you know what, DeMar blew up the play. What he said was, and obviously he knows how this is supposed to go, but this is what coaches have to do. He said, well, I have the quote here somewhere.
I'll play it for you. Let me get it queued up for you right here, my brother.
All right.
We got you whenever you're ready.
Yeah. He gave the players and DeMar DeRozan a little bit of an out there, and here's Coach Christie.
We had, first of all, we didn't have a timeout, but we worked today on a play, and the guys chose to run wide. They're out there. I told them, I almost ran on the court telling them everyone knew the play, and they ran wide, which was, not my choice in that moment. But I do know from being on the floor, if you have a feel in those moments. But the particular play was one that Depot would have been going to the corner, would have missed direction, Zach coming back up through an elevator, and then Keon getting a screen on the backside from Dylan. So you'd have had three looks at an open look, hopefully. And oddly enough, we went through it today and shoot around, but the opportunity presented itself, and so the execution wasn't what we wanted.
And that's got to be frustrating for a coach who's dealing with all this, and then he sees a situation. Let's run this play that we worked on today. And DeMar basically did the wrong thing because instead of running to the corner, he ran to the ball. Zach LaVine went to the ball. All of a sudden, you have three defenders there because you got the guy guarding the inbounds play. So I just thought Doug Christie did a great job there because he said, they ran wide. Yeah. So Coach Christie made it sound like, DeMar got the ball, and he assessed the situation and felt like it was better if we ran something else. And that's a very gracious thing for him to say because that's not really what happened. I believe, and I don't know their terminology, I believe when he talks about wide, when Coach Christie says they decided to run wide, I think he's talking about spreading the floor and doing some draw and kick, dribble drive motion stuff, which they're so good at. Wide, I'm assuming, is spread the floor and then you get a draw and kick. Well, that's not what they did. Just DeMar went to the ball and then you had too many people in one area. So I appreciate that Coach Christie, while he obviously was frustrated, they didn't run what he wanted them to run, a play that he thinks could have worked. He said, well, sometimes in the heat of the moment, you got to make a decision. That was gracious of him to give his veterans, especially DeMar, the out there.
Well, it's what coaches tend to do more times than not.
Right.
And you're learning the profession, right? How many times were we here over the last couple of years where we've kind of had to try to, I guess, decide, is that coach calling that player out? You don't want to go down that road. It's not a good road to go down through, and we've kind of done that as of late. And so in the same vein of when we're talking about a teaching moment, and someone, I think it was James said, we're talking about a teaching moment for 38-year-olds. No, that's not what Whitey was talking about. Whitey is saying a teaching moment for the young foundation, the young players that are moving forward, that the Kings see fit. The example that a 38-year-old
is supposed to be doing the teaching.
Right.
And what he taught last night was not what you want to be teaching.
It's definitely not. So, but I understand what you're, Whitey. I tried to give you a little bit of as I copy here. I'm doing some work behind closed doors. Yeah. I'm trying to give you a little bit of an out. I'm trying to just a little pep in your step, brother.
I'm just keeping an eye on that. That's all. I'm keeping an eye on that. And I will say, and I know we touched on this a few moments ago, the atmosphere last night, I was not there. Watching on TV, you could see that the atmosphere, the official crowd count was 15-something. I don't know. But the crowd showed out. Sacramento fans, nationally televised game. That was a great atmosphere last night. And I applaud them.
Yeah, it was.
Good job.
Spectacular.
And I think the team rose to some of the energy they were getting from the fans last night.
Yeah, and one of the greatest things that a fan base can ever have said about them is being said all through social network for the most part. And not just by local media, by national media, and by people who are observing the game. Because the 8 o'clock game, it's a push sometimes to stay up that late for the East Coasters. But the people who were, one of the things that I continuously seen, the theme that I seen a lot today was, man, the Kings fan base are fantastic. And for them to be having a down season yet again and having the struggle and the strife, they always bring it.
Yep.
They always bring it. Derek Fisher talked about it a few times in joking matters last night. One of the things that caught my ear was when he was like, him and Michael Grady, friend of the show, was talking about the atmosphere. And Derek Fisher says, I don't want to talk too much about it. I'm a Laker. I'm kind of, and he said it in his way, but he's like, I'll talk to you after, we get out of here. Let us get out of here and we'll have a conversation.
Yeah.
That's a pat on the back.
It is.
That's letting people know in Sacramento that even to this day, 25, 30 years later, whatever you want to call it, that it still matters.
Mm-hmm.
People still pay attention to that.
Yep.
And we haven't left. We just need to play on the floor to equal the kingdom of the fans.
Somebody, to your point on X, and I forget who it was, I apologize, but a national NBA writer said, that when they get a good team again, that place is going to be crazy. Because just look at how great the atmosphere was last night for a team that's not playing real well. So that's awesome. If I'm the Kings, the organization, I'm really encouraged by that.
Got you.
Fans are showing up. As frustrated as they are, they're showing up.
They were in the game too, man.
Yeah.
They were right there. 3 opportunities to cash in.
Mm-hmm.
Gave up a late lead. As they always say, right? Good teams find, and I don't know if Dallas is a good team, but good teams find ways to win, and bad teams find ways to lose.
So are the 49ers a good team or not, Jay?
I think it's TBD.
We're going to talk to Charles Davis?
We're going to talk to Charlie.
Charles Davis, NFL on CBS, will break down not only upcoming college playoffs, but 49ers and Eagles for us next on Sactown Sports.
The San Francisco 49ers play on Sactown Sports 1140.
Touchdown 49ers! Every game on your #1 sports station. Don't miss the action on your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
At InShape, there's a place for every kind of mover. The Sometimer, the early riser, after-work grinder, the yogi, lifter, walker, runner, sauna seeker, recoverer. If you walk, lift, stretch, or sweat, you belong. Start the year strong and join today at InShape.com.
California's largest sportsman's expo is back, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. Just once a year, NorCal's largest gathering for anglers, hunters, boaters, RVers, and off-roading enthusiasts. Buy the latest gear, discover the best destinations. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. More info at sportsexpos.com.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert. John Party. Chris Young. Turnpike Troubadours. Dylan Scott and more. Line dancing live DJs, Mechanical Bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. More info at CITVFest.com.
The winter service event is on at Maida Subaru. Now is the time to let Maida Subaru get your Subaru road ready for the winter weather with exceptional savings on tires, brakes, wiper blades, and more. See all the service specials at MaidaSubaru.com.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
The more I think about it, Jay, the more optimistic I am. I wouldn't say I am optimistic, but the more optimistic I become when it comes to the 49ers and the Philadelphia Eagles. I know there's a lot of chatter in the Bay Area about how, the Eagles got their own issues. Some concern today. There already has been a lot of injury concern, but Trent Williams not practicing today, Jay. Ricky P not practicing today. That's not good.
No, it's not.
And then I think one of the linebackers we talked about yesterday, is it
Kaiser White?
Yeah. I believe he's signed now, Jay, so he might be playing.
He's in the building?
Yeah.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
All right.
By the way, the 49ers practicing today. I saw some video, maybe you saw it on X. And they were practicing to the Eye of the Tiger.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Isn't that the music from, is that from Rocky?
Of course it is,
Yeah.
man. Eye of the Tiger. Yeah, come on now. Why are we doing that? That's Philadelphia type stuff.
I think that's why. It's kind of like, it's like acknowledging your foe, embracing the Philadelphia-ness of the whole thing, and saying, we got the Eye of the Tiger.
Well,
you don't like that, huh?
No, because that's kind of like their theme music. But I understand it's the ultimate disrespect. We're going to play your theme music and come out and beat you. But maybe walk out the tunnel with the boombox with that. Mm-hmm. Don't get comfortable with that. Mm-hmm. That spirit may overtake you.
Yeah.
You don't want that.
Do they I'm not sure. I would assume they play that there. I don't know. Maybe that was part of it. Have that really loud to try to get used to the loud crowd noise. I don't know. But the more I think about it, Jay, a little more optimistic I get about the whole thing. But if there's no Trent Williams, I don't know if I'll be watching the whole thing.
Well, what do you mean you're not going to watch the whole thing?
Watching the whole thing.
You're going to watch the whole thing. You know why? Because we're going to win.
Ooh.
We're going to. I'm not going to go out on a limb because there's no limb to go out on. Mm-hmm. We're going to take care of business, Whitey. Mm-hmm. Don't even worry about it.
I know that during the season, there have been a lot of times when you've tried to talk me off that 49er ledge. We were talking about ledges earlier. And I know that even against, a team like Tennessee, I'd start to worry, well, they get the ground game going. And I know that most of the times when you would say, come on, you're sincere. But right now, I know that you're kind of whistling through the graveyard a little bit. I know that you are more than a little intimidated, certainly respectful of the Philadelphia Eagles, Jay. I appreciate what you're saying, and I appreciate the fact that you are always supporting the team and drumming up courage in the chest of fans. But I know you're a little concerned about this game. You don't even have to admit it.
Just a pinch.
But I know that you are.
Yeah, just a pinch, just a little bit, but not over the top.
So, 49ers with some injury concerns heading into this game. We're hoping to catch up to a guest here who will shed some more light on the whole thing. I'm wondering how much this game is going to come down to who is able to run the ball more effectively. At the same time, it may actually come down more to whether or not the Eagles are able to hit with some explosive plays. We know that the 49er defense, which is severely undermanned because of all of the injuries, they have adopted and had some success with a quote-unquote bend but don't break philosophy. All right, we're going to try not to give up the big play. We'll give up some chunks here and there, and then we'll force the other team to make some big plays. Will the Eagles be able to do that? Let's find out. Our next guest from NFL on CBS, the great Charles Davis with us. How are you today, Charles?
I'm doing well. I trust the same for you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, as always, for your time. And first things first, congrats on being named CBS's #1 college analyst next season.
Congrats.
Yeah, that's awesome. Good for you. Well-deserved. Who's going to win it all this year in the college ranks?
Boy, that's a great one, right? But, right now I think the best team's Indiana. And I know I'm sitting there, and each time I say it, I keep saying, I know I'm not talking college basketball, right? I'm not talking hoops. I'm not talking the heydays of the Hoosiers. That's a really good football team. What's going to be very interesting to me is that rematch with Oregon, because Oregon was coming off of the Penn State win, which at the time was massive. I believe it was the whiteout game. They won on the road in overtime at night. And I wonder if they were able to shake that totally out of their system. Now, as soon as I say that, I feel like I'm taking credit from Indiana going to Oregon and winning that game. So I don't want to do that. So I can't wait to watch that one. And the other semifinal, let's face it, a quarterback from Ferris State has a chance to win a national championship. And he's playing as well as any other quarterback that's still left in the field. And it's just a terrific college story that may turn out to be even bigger than what we had talked about before. And already took out an SEC rival they had lost to on the road earlier. They have no fear at all about what they're about to do. To say that they're battle hardened is crazy. It's not even coming close to the whole thing. Each week, which coaches get to stay and coach with us? Which coach have to go to LSU now? All right, you got to deal with that. You got a first-time head coach. He's been defensive coordinator for some national championship teams, but now he's the head coach taking over the craziest possible time. The only analogy I can give for Pete Golding is probably when Bill Frieder left Michigan and Steve Fisher took over for the run.
Wow.
That's about the best analogy I can give you. And this is Pete Golding's opportunity. And you remember that Steve Fisher run. That was a heck of a run, right?
Yeah.
And that was back when Bo Schembechler was the athletic director. A Michigan man will coach a Michigan team. And that gave us the term Michigan man forevermore. But that's about as close as I can give you in terms of what you have. So I can't wait to see it all play out. And by the way, Miami, that first game they played against Texas A&M, you guys tell me if I'm way off base on this one. That ball game was a game where the whole country was saying, which one will screw it up less than the other and win the game?
Great point.
Yeah.
That's kind of where people were on A&M and Miami. I don't think anyone really thought either one was a major threat to win the whole thing, even though they were talented enough. Miami goes through, finds a way to win, tough circumstances at A&M. and then turns around and punches Ohio State dead in the mouth. And now you're like, whoa. So when you're talking about reshaping opinions about things, the narrative about who you are, because prior to this playoff, Mario Cristobal was a respected coach, but also was the coach that in two different situations, once at Oregon, once at Miami, had games wrapped up, and instead of taking a knee and going to the house with a win, tried to run the football, lost possession, and ultimately lost those ball games.
Yeah.
That could all go away for the rest of this playoff.
Charles, before we switch over to the big boys over at the NFL, I don't think I've had an opportunity to hear you speak, and I'm pretty sure you've probably talked about this ad nauseum, but just as a fan of yourself, one of the things I appreciate about you is you understand things have to evolve, and you always have an open mind about where things are going in sports. Just your overall take at college sports, but of course your expertise, college football. Like, where's your mindset on it? Because I know you really love the game, coming from Tennessee and really, being around the game. What's your mindset on how it's operating?
I think it's an excellent question, because people of my ilk, my age group and category, you can run into some really hard opinions about college sports right now. And most of the time it centers in on those darn kids. Are you kidding me? How much money? What? We played for a scholarship and a sandwich, all of those things, right? And I feel like, for the way I look at it, is very simply this. We were fortunate to be born when we were born and play when we played. But in terms of where we are now and what it is, okay, born too soon for the money that's there now. But for any of us to say there wasn't money when we were there, not this type of money, not money that you're free and clear of, but who are we kidding along the way that certain people didn't make really big money playing college football?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
It just may have been illegal. It may not have been everyone having an opportunity like you have now with the NIL. I got a very good friend who's an SMU grad, and he just laughs all the time and says, "You guys, I hope the world knows we were NIL before there was NIL."
Right.
And who can argue with him? He's right. Like, they gave us the blueprint of kind of where we are now. I think there's a natural jealousy of my group to look up and see that. I see players that I played with and think, oh my goodness, what would he have made? Right? He would have made whatever's commensurate to the highest number now. Like, I played against Bo Jackson in college. What would Bo have been worth in the NIL with his football, baseball?
Is there a number?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking crazy figures, right? And the weird part is we're in a time era now where the quarterbacks are predominant. When I played in college, the runners were predominant.
Yeah.
So Bo and his guys were making the crazy. Bo, Herschel, you name it, who was coming through. Before them, Dorsett, right on down the line, Dickerson, James. They were the feature people. Now it's the quarterbacks, of course, making that kind of crazy coin. And when it first started, and I'll stop here now, guys, but when it first started with NIL, my first thought was, okay, the superstars are going to get paid. We know that. Will it affect the rest of the locker room if other guys aren't making any kind of money? And what I learned very quickly is superstars are getting paid. There's no question about it. But the NIL isn't just about athletic ability. The NIL is about stories. And if you have a story, that's where money kicks in. You read about the guy who had his own lawn care service all the way from the time he was 13 through high school, and he walked on at a certain school, and guess what? He's getting NIL from some lawn care place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's things like that are kicking in and making it better for them. I don't begrudge any of the kids making their money. Am I jealous that I wasn't around to make a dollar or two? Absolutely. But I'm also not looking at it like the game is absolutely ruined, what have you. I mean, I had natural worries. I thought, would the fans accept this? Because for the longest time, what I heard as a pro announcer was this. I don't know about the pros, guys. I'm a college fan. Why are you a college fan? Because I love that the kids play really for the love of the game.
Yeah.
You hear that all the time. And I used to laugh to myself. I was like, well, okay, you don't know everything, but I know what you mean. The myth was there, right?
Yeah.
That was out there.
Yeah.
And I worried that once the myth got shattered, would the people stay with it? Well, have you seen attendance go down? No.
Yeah.
I mean, the people who love the game and the interest in the game, we set a record the other day in the Rose Bowl with viewership with Alabama, Indiana. So all that is out the window now. I just leave it one last time. I'm jealous as heck.
Yeah, yeah.
Why was I not born now? And maybe I might make $1 or $2. Congratulations to the players. And by the way, coaches, quit whining about it. Just stop it.
Yeah.
All of you coaches out there who are whining about it and, you know, I got to deal with agents and this, that, and everything. I've seen your contract.
Mm-hmm.
Enough. Just enough out of all of you.
Charles Davis, nice enough to join us. And speaking of stories, Jay, I don't know if he'll remember this story, but Charles used to come on a show that I was on like once a week. And it was in another market. And he told me a story one time about his wife dressing up as Medusa for Halloween. And I don't know if you'll remember that, Charles, but the way he described it, every time I see him on TV or I hear his name, that's what I think of, Charles. I don't know if you remember that, but I'll never forget it.
I do remember it. I do remember how great the night was. You know, I'm just lucky that that Medusa took pity on me.
That's right.
I'll just leave it at that.
Should we take pity on the 49ers against the Eagles? What do they have to do to compete, given all the injuries they're dealing with?
It's crazy, isn't it? Boy, total reverse from the last time they played in the NFC Championship game, right? In terms of where the injuries were occurring, because that 49ers-Eagles game looked like a heck of a game. We all hunkered down with popcorn. And the injury happened in-game because it was Brock Purdy, right? And everything goes to heck. And then I remember who was the backup that day? And then Johnson came in and had to play, and it was a wrap, right? He gets hurt. Next thing you know, McCaffrey's doing Wildcat, and I mean, in this one, we're going into it, and I thought it was very interesting that the entire time of the Seattle-San Francisco game, probably most of the second half, Troy Aikman had made the point, whoever loses this game, boy, do you have a rough road now, because you're putting all this emotion into it, and then you got to turn right around and play. You're kind of the vulnerable team going the next week. And then you started to throw in the 49er injuries. Here's where 49ers still have their shot. The Eagles have not been last year's Eagles. Okay? You know, the Buffalo game, they won 13-12. Buffalo doesn't score until there's 7 minutes in the game. So if you hold someone scoreless like that for that long, should you ever be in a chase down the stretch and try and hold on? No, you should be comfortably ahead. They didn't move the ball at all in the second half. They had 16 total yards, 0 pass completions in the second half at Buffalo. A little worried about can the Eagles fashion what they need to fashion, because remember, Saquon didn't run for 2,000 this year. The offensive line isn't as intact. So does San Francisco have a chance? Sure. But are they on the short side of things? I'd say absolutely. Too many injuries, the emotion from the last game. But there's not a juggernaut they're running into in Philadelphia. Not the one we saw last year.
Here we go, Jay.
Yeah,
Here we go,
Charles.
Jay.
I'm talking about joined by Charles Davis, NFL on CBS, and of course CBS College Football. Charles, you're giving my guy Whitey some hope, man.
Yeah.
Because I've been talking Whitey literally off the edge all season, and I think he might have checked out on me last week. So you do such a great job, and you've given him a little pinch of the sugar.
Yeah.
Just give him a little more of the spices. Put a little paprika in there for me. How do they win this game from your opinion? Yep.
Yeah, how do they win it? They get a game from Purdy that they had hoped to have in the NFC Championship game, where he has to make play after play after play. And they don't have to be dramatic. They just have to be where they stay on the field offensively. You know, I flipped through something today. Every single linebacker on San Francisco on their 53-man roster has an injury designation.
Yep.
I mean, think about that. You can't make that kind of stuff up. So that offense has to put it all together. I'm not sure where Trent Williams is on this, guys. I'm not sure on the injury side as the left tackle.
Didn't practice today. Didn't practice today. Yeah.
Well, listen, he's going to go all the way up to game time because he's got so much experience that they're not going to worry about him practicing. You know those old rules, like if you don't practice by Thursday, you don't play in the ball game. Yeah, you can forget that. That's going to take it right up to kickoff. Trent, can you go? I mean, that's going to be what it's going to be. But that's how they have to do it. The offensive side of the ball has got to control things. Purdy's got to make a bunch of plays. McCaffrey's got to make a play or two for him in open field. Remember, against Seattle, they couldn't convert on third down, and they were 0-2 on fourth downs. All right, that can't happen in this one. And Kyle Shanahan will have to think to himself, in my mind, anything close, I'm thinking about being in a position to go for it on fourth down. Control the football, keep it away from Philly, just because he's so beat up on defense.
Yep.
Whitey, all I can tell you is this. I get where you are. I get the frustration. But last year when they had these kind of injuries, everything fell apart. This year they played through these injuries and have had a really good season. Might it catch them now? Perhaps. But if I had told you before the season, hey, you'd lose Warner by this week, you'd lose Nick Bosa early, you'd lose this, and this, would you even expect to be at this point right now?
No way.
That's something to keep in mind, that what they've done this year. Maybe Kyle Shanahan's best job as a head coach, even though I don't think they got a shot at getting to the Super Bowl.
Charles Davis with us. Charles, I was comparing this matchup yesterday for Jay between Kyle Shanahan and Vic Fangio. I said it's kind of like Harry Potter against Voldemort. And he was like, I haven't seen those movies. Leave me alone. It doesn't make any sense to me. But
that's really good.
That
is really good.
I appreciate that. What is it about Vic Fangio that makes, Shanahan has really struggled against him. Of course, he hasn't had the great quarterbacks when he's played against him. But what is it that makes Vic Fangio? I mean, he's been doing this for so long as defenses have evolved and he stayed ahead of the curve. What makes it so difficult to play against Vic Fangio defenses?
Vic doesn't get impatient. He makes you beat him. Quarters coverage, a lot of top-down stuff. He'll get after you, but only when he thinks it's totally advantageous for him. He'd much rather say, okay, let's see if you can hang on to the football on a 12 to 15 play drive. Let's see if you can keep making play after play after play. And he's got talented guys on the other side who actually will make their own plays. DeGene, Quinyon Mitchell, right? The linebackers, all of them from Georgia or Alabama, because that's who they draft from every year. And now you don't just have Jalen Carter, who you expected to be a great player, who made monster plays last year on their way to a Super Bowl, but Jordan Davis has come into his own. And I have to tell you, coming out of college, my biggest question about Jordan Davis was, could he be more than a 1 or 2 down player? Because conditioning was a big issue for him while at Georgia. He played a lot less plays than maybe what people even remember or think about. He has had a fantastic season this year. In fact, he's been so good, he ends up in all the Pro Bowl snub lists. You know what I mean? Like, hey, this guy has played well enough, he should have been there. So Vic is not going to get impatient with things you're going to do. And Kyle Shanahan throws a ton of offense at you. But he throws enough that can scheme people open. Well, Vic doesn't have a lot of gaps that he gives you to scheme people open. He's kind of like sitting back there, what we call shell coverage. Everything is covered. Every blade of grass is out there. Yeah, you can throw it here. We'll tackle you there. Yeah, you can move it here. We'll tackle you there. Hey, it's 3rd and 4. Again, you going to convert? And that's what you get. And that's what makes things difficult for you because, as you know, with Kyle's offense, they can maneuver the football really well. But how many times do you see a big play? Bang! He throws the bang 8, and Juwan Jennings, who runs about a 4.7, 4.8 40, but is a big, strong, physical receiver. He goes into the middle, catches it, bounces off of 4 people, runs through another one. Next thing you know, you got a 25-yard gain.
Yeah.
He's a tough, relentless guy. So Kyle knows how to do these things. But Vic just makes it really hard. And I don't know if you saw today, there's a big thing about Kyle has tried to hire Vic 3 times.
Yeah.
And is 0 for 3 in getting him. He'd sure like to make Vic pay for not coming to work for him on this one. I just don't know if he has the firepower for it this time.
CD, last one before we let you go. Maybe we can catch up with you Super Bowl week as well. I know you're super busy, but we'll try to get in front of that here moving forward. We won't be able to talk to you for most of the playoffs. What's your thoughts moving forward? Who you have your eye on? Who you think may be able to raise that trophy at the end?
No, I think it's exactly as we've all talked about going into it. We really have no earthly idea. Like, a number one seed isn't a lock to just advance into the Super Bowl. Both number one seeds, you look at them and you congratulate them, but who is absolutely terrified of them? If you've got a good team, are you terrified of Denver? Are you terrified of Seattle? You respect the heck out of them, and they've earned those number one seeds. But I don't know that you look at them and go like in the past and go, yeah, good luck getting Philly. Good luck getting Kansas City. You know what I mean? That sort of a deal. So Buffalo, you would think, hey, this is your year, right? No Mahomes, no Burrow. It seems wide open, but they're going into it a little beat up. Defense hasn't stopped too many people running it, although they played better against Philadelphia. Josh Allen is playing hurt. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He's been hurt since Cleveland. So can he play? Can he be at the top of his game and at his best? Because if he is, he can put a cape on and carry people with him because he's that spectacular. I just really don't know, guys. I really have no idea. I'm going to sit back. I'm grabbing my couch starting Saturday, and I'm not leaving it until Tuesday morning. And I'm taking in every single ball game and enjoying the heck out of it. And I'll leave it with this. You remember the Pittsburgh-Baltimore game on Sunday night, which was a classic to give us a champion. Unfortunately, John Harbaugh loses his job. Mike Tomlin moves on. But going into that game, everybody was saying, boy, the positioning you want is you want to be 5. If you're not going to be a division title winner, be 5. Because then you get to play 4, which is either Pittsburgh or Baltimore. I don't know if they're quite as vulnerable as what people thought. Ooh. Plus, Pittsburgh gets the extra day to be at home and is at home. Remember, for the veteran guys, playing on Monday is a godsend for Mike Tomlin and his veteran team. They get extra time. Houston is really good on defense. They've been really inconsistent on offense down the stretch. This could be a lot more fun game than what people think. And remember, Pittsburgh hasn't won a playoff game since 2016. You think they're sick of that? Yes. You have veteran guys who have never advanced in the playoffs. Hayward, Watt. Rodgers hasn't done it in a while. Tomlin needs it badly. I think this game shapes up as a much better game than what people thought.
How about that from Charles Davis? Thanks, Charles. We appreciate it very much. Enjoy the games, and we hope to talk to you again soon.
That sounds great, guys. Give me a buzz, and we'll chat it up. Be good.
Right. You too. Charles Davis. Gave me a little bit of hope there, Jay, although he said, yeah, the 49ers, they have a shot. They're not going to win the Super Bowl.
I know.
They have a shot.
They gave you a little sugar and took it right back.
Slap. But, here's a little sugar for slap. Yeah. When we come back, did we know everything about the Kings that Slate's shared about them today? We'll look at that next on Sactown Sports.
Let's go.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Talking about guns with others might not always feel comfortable, but it could save a life. Here's a way to start a conversation. Your family is going over to your neighbor's home for dinner for the first time. How would you ask if there are any unlocked guns in the home?
Hey,
Hey, we're so excited for tonight. Before we come over, though, may I ask if there are any unlocked guns in your home?
Our guns are stored securely, locked in a safe that the kids can't access.
Awesome.
Learn how to have the conversation at agreetoagree.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-691-9999. That's 800-691-9999.
Guys, feeling low energy or low drive? It could be low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health, start with a free T-check and consultation. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off TRT. Book now at ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax relief advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Growing your business? It's all about having the right team on the court. At Bank of Marin, we partner with businesses in the greater Sacramento area, delivering personalized service and local expertise to help you make a slam dunk. Whether it's customized lending or solutions to keep your business growing, you'll benefit from local decision-making, expanding, acquiring additional assets, or building a lasting banking relationship. We're ready for tip-off. Bank of Marin, your local business bank. Visit us at bankofmarin.com. Member FDIC.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Thanks for being with us. Another big day here. We found out before our show started that Kayla Anderson's going to be joining the station Monday. She'll be in that midday slot vacated by Alan Stiles, who's going to be joining Jay and I starting Monday. And there's talk of yet another move to come. Like they're going to add to the roster in midday. So we're looking forward to that. But it's been a big week here. We got
making more moves than the Kings.
Yes, because the Kings haven't done much yet, have they? Before we get to the Kings, and it's funny, we were just talking to Charles Davis about the Steelers, and in some ways, Scott Perry's been trying to pattern what he's doing with the Kings after the Steelers. But I just want to mention this real quick because we just heard from Imran Pilati. We just heard his spot for True Sports Cards Store and True Sports Card Show. Someone told me, Jay, I did not know this yet. I don't want to say who it was because I'm not sure I have all the facts straight.
Okay.
But someone told me, someone who would know, that they have now one of those sports card vending machines at Golden One.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And the way I was told, and again, if this is not correct, I apologize, but I was told, somebody thought it was $50 and it ended up, it was $99 and you get a card.
One?
Yes,
okay.
But you also get a voucher for a ticket. Or at least that's what this person did.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd heard of those sports card vending machines.
Yep. Seen them.
And I forget now what they got as far as the card, but I didn't know those were around here.
I hadn't seen one. Yeah, I haven't seen one yet, but that's pretty cool.
I'd first heard about those, I don't know, a year and a half ago or so. They had them in Vegas, and they were PSA, the sports.
Sure.
Professional sports authenticators. Mm-hmm. They had PSA logos, and PSA said, "We don't have anything to do with that. You got to take our name off of there." But they still have the machines, and apparently there's one at Golden One Center. So if anyone has had any experience with that, I'd love to know.
Getting Emery in here tomorrow. We got to talk about that.
Okay,
we got to figure that out.
I'm not sure he knows.
He might. He listens. Mm-hmm. I was talking to him a little earlier. He was at the barbershop.
Yeah.
So they might have it on in there. Listen to the great Whitey Gleason. Mm-hmm. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder what. Can you say on air? Was it a friend? How did you come across this information?
Here, and I just don't want to misrepresent. Sure, they might have been somewhere they just. I was just telling you.
Could have been third party information.
Yeah, and but I forget now what card they said they got.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Really?
And they said they liked it. They said they had misunderstood and thought it was like half the cost of what it ended up being. But yeah.
So you get the card plus a Coors Light,
some kind of ticket voucher.
What's the I can't think of the upstairs.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Man, I can't think of the name of it.
The standing room only?
Yeah.
There? Yeah.
What's the name of that space? I'm blanking on that.
Yeah, I haven't been up there, but I know what you're talking about.
I haven't been up. I've
People
walked
say
through
it's
there
the
once.
best place in the building.
I've had the opportunity before G1C opened. I had an opportunity to tour the spot. And then right when it opened, I met, and I won't say a gentleman's name, but I got an opportunity to tour the place a little deeper because I had the inside information. And, man, catwalk and a few other things. It's spectacular. G1C is spectacular. It truly is. The only thing I haven't been able to do is go up and see the beam. So I'm going to have to figure out how I can manipulate the game to go up and see the beam because – unfortunately, it's not safe or whatever it is up there.
Oh.
Yeah, so you can't really be up there like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of my most memorable experiences in any NBA arena is about 2005, something like that. It was me and Phantom and Kevin the Rat from this station.
The Rat.
And we went, I guess we were in Houston for the Super Bowl.
Okay. Convention Center?
The Kings were playing that week. They were playing the Rockets. So we went. And we were sitting really high up. But what I'll never forget is they actually had a catwalk from near where we were that you could take to the top of the scoreboard.
Really?
And so we're in this media area really high up. Weren't a lot of people in there. And there's a security guard there. And they had the walkway to the top of the scoreboard. And I asked him, there's no, rail or anything. It's just this catwalk. And I asked him, hey, can I go out there? And he goes, yeah, I don't care. So I went. I was literally on the very top of the scoreboard looking down at the court and stuff.
Really?
It was pretty cool. It kind of, even thinking about it, makes my knees a little wobbly.
So wait a minute.
It was really dangerous.
It's like a balance beam?
No. It was,
I know, but I'm just
once
playing.
Once you get to the scoreboard, yeah. But it was, I mean, it's
a
wide
walkway,
enough, but
yeah.
there was no, handrail or anything. It's just, and he didn't say, be careful. He just said, yeah, go ahead.
Living on the wild side. And what if you dropped and hit the floor, man?
That would not be good, but I would have made SportsCenter.
Well, that's a heck of a highlight.
Yeah.
I guess so.
And I came back then a while later. I was like, hey, can I go back out there? And again, he's like, yeah, I don't care. Knock yourself
That's
out.
interesting. Was the game going on?
Yes.
What? Different times.
It was.
You can't even come down the stairs properly.
I know.
At an arena or stadium without an usher telling you, "Let me see your tickets. Let me
Right.
see your tickets."
Right. Yeah.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Now that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty dope, there, Whitey.
That was, I think, pre-phones and everything. So otherwise, I would have had some incredible pictures.
Literally, how wide was the catwalk? Like wide enough to where you weren't nervous, you couldn't have failed, or nothing. Like how?
Maybe like a little less than me to you, as I recall. Like.
Oh yeah, plenty of space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot less than that, but
Sure.
probably a little more than half of the
Okay.
distance between you and I.
Because-
it wasn't like I was like, whoa. But that security guard was just, yeah, go ahead.
Give me a pole and watch me balance.
Yeah.
It's a little narrower up there at the G1C. Like you got to clip in and
Really?
for good reason. Yeah. I mean, come on, now. You go up to the top in the 200 section and it gets a little queasy on the stomach.
I believe our good friend Chris Watkins used to patrol up there, and I think he might have been with the Kings in some capacity. But I think he told me once he was up there, and I think he was involved in dropping some of the prizes.
Oh,
and
yeah,
things.
some prizes. Yeah. It's up there, man. It definitely is it's not the thinnest balance beam, but it isn't the widest as well. So, very interesting. So many things happen at the G1C, of course, behind closed doors. We have no clue and not privy to. But truly, it is a magnificent arena. It is a magnificent place, a venue, and some of just the specs and the tech that is going down at the G1C is amazing, man.
Yeah.
And I always go back and use the example of NBA 2K, which is the real basketball product at this point. You know, some people could talk about other games, but that's the go-to. They inputted 5K cameras and used G1C as one of the places that they still the greens, the actual and organic moves of players to enhance the game. And so that to me is pretty cool. Now, I don't know if they were doing it, but a couple of years ago when I was more entrenched in the situation and had more conversation with people that worked down there, that was it. And so I found that super, super interesting. They were one of the first people, I think, one of the test arenas for big name Wi-Fi company and phone carrier. They were testing things out at the G1C. I remember before the Bucks built their new arena, being down there for the show and watching their, contingency come through the arena and be chauffeured around and toured around as, look, this is one of the creme de la creme arenas, and we want to steal some things of, get some ideas, not so much as steal.
Fiserv Forum.
Yeah, which I heard is beautiful.
We got two of the best in the world right here in Northern California, Jay. I know you're a big fan of the Chase Center as well.
I was thinking you're talking about the new field that the Sac Republic was going to be playing at. I was hoping you weren't talking about the two of the most overrated places, which is Chase and Oracle. But yeah, I kid.
The thing about Chase is you got to be careful if you've ever gotten off an elevator and you're not sure which floor you're on. There's rooms and catacombs in there. They're going to, 8 years from now, they're going to go in there and find a room full of skeletons, and they're all going to have media passes on their necks.
Yeah.
We wondered what happened to those guys.
There are, after the, what was that? The NCAA tournament this past year, went out there and checked out some games. And prior it was, All-Star Game. Had some opportunities to jump around the Chase and see some things. And, shouts out to Monte Hill, friend, of course, friend of the show. He's tied in just like Whitey's tied into the G1C. And he showed us some things. And I was like, man, this is pretty cool. Mm-hmm. This is pretty dope. I could see where you're going. But as far as to catch a game as a fan, yeah, that's a snooze fest.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's my experience too at the Chase Center. a lot of the stuff that makes it special is stuff that most of us would never see.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beyond that, it's or it's you gonna need some gas to put over your mouth to make you feel, and your nose to make you feel better, because Novocaine is needed to go watch a game at the Chase Center.
At the dentist's office.
Yeah, it's dentist's office.
Anthony
brother.
Slater spends a lot of time there. He spends a lot of time here. He lives in this area, and he is the latest member of the media to do an interview with Scott Perry, and Anthony Slater wrote about it today at ESPN.com. Maybe you've seen it. There's I think some really interesting tidbits in here. And you tell me, Jay, did we know all this or not? A lot of this, if not, well, yeah, a lot of it I thought we already knew, if not all of it. But there's a few little tidbits in here. He talks to Anthony in this piece. He talks to Scott Perry, but he also talks about the team's history. And he says, league sources described Vivek Ranadive as extremely motivated to land DeMar DeRozan, nudging his front office at the time, Monty and Wes, to improve the team's offer in time for Ranadive to walk DeRozan out to their courtside seats in front of fans at halftime of a summer league game. I knew Vivek really wanted him, but the way this is written, he's like, we got to get this done so I can walk DeMar out. The Kings ultimately did sweeten their offer to land DeRozan, delivering the Spurs a 2032 unprotected first-round pick swap as part of the three-team sign and trade construction. Team sources indicated at the time was the first glaring sign that Ranadive was grabbing back firmer control of basketball operations from McNair, who had won Executive of the Year after the franchise broke the playoff drought in 23, just 1 year prior, but had missed on a few fringe moves that had failed to improve on the 48-win Bean team. From there, he talks about what happened, what things didn't go as well on the court with DeMar as expected. Mike Brown got fired. De'Aaron Fox was traded for of course, Zach LaVine. But, wow, in some ways, the Kings' current predicament, you could trace back to that decision to do as much as they did to bring in DeMar DeRozan. Did we know all that? I thought we knew most. Did we know that Vivek was the one saying, no, we need to up the ante and get this done?
Well, no.
I didn't know that.
No, we didn't know that. But I think we knew Vivek was the spearhead of making sure that it did get done.
Yes. He also points out, does Anthony Slater, that according to sources so far, as long as Scott Perry has been here, Vivek Ranadive has not been involved.
Yeah, that was one of the major things that I took away from that, Whitey, that article, which is masterfully put together by Slates. But it is Scott Perry telling him that I speak to Vivek quite often, almost every day, I believe was the quote, and that he is truly on board and understanding that this is not a quick fix. And I don't ever remember a general manager under Vivek or this Kings ownership group saying that. And for Scott to feel that comfortable, and I know, I get it, I can understand somebody say, well, Jay, what is he supposed to say? But I don't remember anybody saying that. And so, I'm giving Scott Perry a little more credit than I gave him a couple of days ago, which is I gave him credit then. He's been very accessible, yet again, showcasing that with Anthony Slater, and yet again, doubling down on saying, I am in full control. Mm-hmm. And Vivek understands, and we're in lock and step.
Yeah, and for anybody who feels, I know a lot of fans have talked about this week, for any fan who feels like, they haven't told me what they're doing, listen to Scott Perry. Obviously, I'm reading this. You can't hear him. Sure. But in Anthony Slater's piece, quote, you can use the term rebuild. I'm not a big labeler. But what I've said from the very beginning is we know it's going to be a heavy lift. So he's telling us right there, look, it's going to take a while.
And we're rebuilding.
Yes.
So the people
I don't
who
like
had
to
questions.
use that word, but use it if you want
to. Right.
That is not saying, no, it's not a rebuild.
He is saying, we've went to the cabinets and understood what is in the cabinet is not going to be able to fix us a full, complete dinner. Mm-hmm. We're going back to the store, okay? And whatever store we go to, just know we need to go to the store.
Right.
I definitely found that interesting. We're going to need
a lot of help bringing the groceries in.
Come on now.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, it won't just be me cooking. I'm going to actually need a sous chef.
Yeah.
I definitely took that. Any more tidbits that you took away from that?
I think that's the most interesting one.
Okay.
Yeah, and it goes on in a little more detail about what happened when they brought in Zach. There was one other really interesting tidbit today, but I think we'll get to that later this hour about. Well, we'll just do it now, right? Since we're talking about it.
You want?
Yeah, we'll just talk about it now. Did you see the report here from? I think it was Jake Fisher, and he says that. Pardon me, just get my ducks in a row here, because like I said, we were going to do this later.
Well, hold on real quick then, Whitey, because you're jumping to another story. Let me stick with the Slater story. Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
All right. Because there was one other piece or one other part, a line, and I'm trying to find it real fast here for you to get the proper terminology that they used. But it was about players policing themselves. You remember that part in that article?
Yeah.
All right, let me just pull it up real fast.
Dennis Schroeder talking about it.
Yeah, it was Dennis Schroeder, and he said it on the podium a couple of days ago. Here he goes. He's it said right here, Slater talks about the team traveling to L.A. last week and getting blown out by the Clippers and the Lakers. And it goes on to say, one of the common internal criticisms on the ground level the past few seasons, team sources said, has been a lack of player-to-player accountability. Mm-hmm. And then goes on to say veteran guard Dennis Schroeder, who Perry signed to a deal this summer, voiced as much recently, telling reporters at his locker at a 41-point road loss to the Clippers that it happens here and there, but consistently, I wouldn't say.
And he says, with the German national team, when I'm on some BS, people will call me out. Dennis, you got to come on. Says that's what we need. He goes on to say that Domas has felt similarly about things, and that's one reason why he pushed the organization to bring in Russell Westbrook, who he feels would not tolerate those shenanigans.
So I take from that two things. There is a lack of accountability, and this is something that I think, and this goes back to your point, and as much as I pushed back on your first initial point, something that rubbed you a wrong way from last night's game.
About the way they botched the last play.
The way they botched the play. And DeMar DeRozan pretty much coming out and saying, look, I took it into my own hands to try to go win a game and did not run the play that coach talked about, right? We've heard things like that over the last handful of years with this Sacramento Kings team, have we not? Mm-hmm. I think and I'm not trying to dive into De'Aaron, I'm not trying to dive into DeMontis and De'Aaron's relationship and so on and so forth. But these are things that we've consistently seen creep up into the conversation for this team, and the lack thereof of guys, leaders, the know-how and want to be here type cats on this team and in this organization. The fact that Russell Westbrook was brought in here, we don't have to answer. I mean, we don't have to wonder why anymore. I think that was the question that has been answered by what Anthony Slater said, talking to Scott Perry for a long time. And I think you even said it yesterday. I still kind of wonder why Russell Westbrook was brought in 100%. Here. Well, to me, that's the answer. You might not agree with it, but for a huge part, that's why he was brought in here. And Scott Perry told Anthony Slater that's the reason. So I take that's a big part of that. Now we know.
Yeah. I didn't know this because I wasn't around, but you would know it because you were sitting right there when it happened. Coach Christie used to defend Westbrook on this station.
He did. Very much so. Yeah, definitely. He was definitely a fan of Russ. And a lot of it is he goes on to talk about in the article, I really respect Russ because he brings it every day. He's professional. He goes at 100%, and he's a dog. And Doug goes on to say, that's my type of vibe. And that's what he said.
I want him here.
I want him here.
Yeah.
So that's a big portion. I don't think, and of course we're going to continue to ask why Russ is here because of on the court play. But a lot of why he was brought here was answered through that quote for me.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And the second part of it is it's 2026 and we got a new regime and a new coach, and we talking about the same stuff by the players. And as a fan, man, Whitey, the lack of accountability and the lack of policing.
Because most of us know that where we work, we would not be able to get away with that.
No way.
Certainly not over a period of, 13 years or whatever it's been.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how deep that creeps into last season's shenanigans. I don't know how deep that creeps into 2 seasons ago shenanigans. But that part frightens me. We're trying to set a foundation, and as you brought up earlier, that for a young player, someone brand new into this league, trying to find their footing, that scares me.
Mm-hmm.
Because yet again,
that's not a great environment.
No, that's not it. That's not it.
Mm-hmm.
You got to change that immediately.
That raises questions that I don't pretend to have the answers to, but just as a fan, and I know we've been through this for years, but you can't help but wonder when you hear, okay, Schroeder doesn't see it all the time. He doesn't see the accountability. He hasn't been here long. Who's he talking about? Domas had an issue with it over a period of years. Who's he talking about? Again, I do not know. I'm not, I don't know. I really don't know. But you can't help but wonder, right, Jay? It's like, well, wait a minute. What's going on exactly?
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
I know.
How bad is it?
Yeah.
It's whatever
tough.
it is, it can't. Now we have a new regime and a new coach and a new GM. Hopefully we can curb that, whatever it is.
Well, I
Fingers
think
crossed.
That's what Scott Perry and Doug have been brought in to do, right? And BJ and the regime now. But for Scott Perry to be here already and for a very short period of time, but I would hope there are some things that are being manifested and festered throughout this locker room to where Nick Clifford, Dylan Cardwell, Max, Daquan, and anybody, Keegan, and anybody else that's going to be here in the future, I hope they don't fall victim to that.
Mm-hmm.
I truly don't.
Yeah. We'll leave it here. Slate says, the first task is clear for Scott Perry. Quote, we've got to get younger as a team, end quote. So we don't know if the Kings are going to be able to swing any deals. We'll talk more about it today. We'll be talking about it for weeks. There's talk about this could happen, that could happen. There could be interest here. We don't know if anything is going to happen, but we know that Scott Perry recognizes for all the minutes the veterans are getting now, and as aggravated as a lot of us get about that, the general manager of the team recognizes, quote, we've got to get younger as a team, end quote. That's the direction. And then, as we said earlier, the good news here is the report that the owner of the team is not involved in Scott Perry's decisions. Over the summer, Jay, I think we took a little poll, an informal poll. All right, as a Kings fan, what do you want right now? And that was the number one answer. One, ownership, out, GM, basketball people running the show. For now, anyway, we've got that. We'll see where it goes.
That's what it sounds like. We take it for face value, Mr. Gleason.
Uh-huh. Now we're going to talk to Anthony Gargano?
Yeah, I got to throw a little smoke at the Eagle guy.
All right.
Yeah, because we're setting the table the next couple of days.
Right.
We got to intrude on enemy territory and, play a little eye of the tiger like the 49ers.
Okay, yeah. Long-time Philadelphia talk show host Anthony Gargano. I've heard that people in Philly are a little trepidatious about this game. Is that the case? We find out next. Don't go away. Drive, guys.
The San Francisco 49ers play on Sactown Sports 1140.
Touchdown 49ers! Every game on your #1 sports station. Don't miss the action on your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can make this your strongest year yet. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, January 9th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See Club for details.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes. Upgrade and save today at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Welcome to the Bar None Auction. Bar None Auction is selling thousands of items this Saturday, January 10th in Sacramento. Large farming and construction equipment, cars, trucks, and industrial supplies, all sold to the highest bidder. Always open to the public. Visit barnoneauction.com.
600. So, guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 916-619-3000 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
At Big O Tires, now through January 25th, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tire store for pricing and book an appointment online today.
Join Sactown Sports Downtown before every Kings game and pick up an In-Shape Fitness Kings Rally towel while supplies last. If you walk, lift, stretch, or sweat, you belong. Start the year strong and join today at InShape.com.
Sometimes you need country music. Next time you have that feeling, check out New Country 105.1 KNCI, where you have 4 opportunities each weekday to win $1,000 and double your paycheck. New Country for Sacramento, 105.1 KNCI.
It's Wonderful Wednesdays at Roosters. Starting at 5 p.m., all you can eat enchiladas for $21.99. 12 incredible styles. How many can you handle? Come set the record. The meal's on them. Wonderful Wednesdays, only at Roosters on the River.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes. Upgrade and save today at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
This is the Drive Guy.
January 12th.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
This is the Drive Guy.
Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on Sactown Sports 1140.
my main man.
Yeah.
All right. I love him.
Yes.
And you can't play Rocky, brother.
That's what the Niners is playing, bro. That's what we're playing.
We own that. That's our thing. You know what I'm saying?
I said the same thing because I said, why are the Niners playing Eye of the Tiger? Why not like Freeway or the Roots or something?
Exactly. It's the violation. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the point of it, Jay. That's the point of it. But we'll see. Yeah, is it true? Maybe it's not, Anthony. Is it true that Eagle fans are not as excited as they typically are about their team this time of year?
Nah, I mean, listen, it's January. They're the defending champs. So, brother, like, they're very excited. They're into it.
Yeah.
There is concern, right? Like,
yeah.
Look, this Eagles offense has not clicked all year. Last year, their identity was a downhill run team. They had the best offensive line in football. Saquon went nuts. Like, that was they had great defense. But offensively, they've struggled. Like, even in a win against Buffalo, they didn't get a first down the entire second half. So the pass game has been inconsistent. The line is banged up. It's severely banged up. And you guys know all about injuries, so there's no crying here. But this offense really needs an identity. It's a team that's led by its defense. Their defense is really good. I mean, you saw Seattle last weekend. It's very similar to Seattle. They have two great players in the secondary, Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. They have a terrific front led by Jalen Carter, who's just a beast, and really good linebackers that flow to the football. So their identity is through defense. They're going to win rock fights. They beat Green Bay in a rock fight. They beat Detroit in a rock fight. And that's kind of the recipe. So it's going to be interesting because you got the struggling defense with the Niners against a struggling offense with the Eagles.
Because well, first of all, one of the things we talk about out here is Brock Purdy and the shortage of him being able to play in inclement weather. What's it looking like out that way at the link?
Warm.
Oh,
nice.
Yes, it's going to be in the 50s. There may be some rain, but it's going to be in the 50s. It's going to be not like today was 55 degrees. So
that's warm. Wait a minute, that's warm.
I got news for you. Over Christmas, it was in the 20s, and we had snow. So. Hey. Yeah, so you're catching this is balmy, brother.
To put the fur coat in the closet, you can bring out the flip flops.
Yeah,
exactly, bro. Are you kidding me? And here, forget about it. There's people walking around in shorts. I don't know, but that's what happens here.
Yeah, because I think the Eagles have 6 Pro Bowlers, whatever it is. The 49er linebackers. They literally are pro bowlers. They're professional bowlers playing linebacker. That's what they have, right? That's what they're down to. That said, I know the Eagles have struggled statistically anyway, stopping the run. That's probably the 49ers' best chance at anything is keep the offense on the field, run the ball, keep their defense off the field. Tell us about the struggles the Eagles have had stopping the run this year. Is that really something the 49ers can lean into?
No, it's really Fangio's defense, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Fangio's defense is designed. It will give up yards. Now, the one game they got exploited, and that was the Bears game. They ran a lot of misdirection, and it kind of caught the Eagles off guard, and they had success running the ball. That was the only game all season that they were hurt by that.
Okay.
So it's kind of a fallacy. Teams, really struggle passing. Now, it's going to be interesting because I think the Niners with Pearsall means so much to you guys, right? Because he stretches the field. He gives you space on the field because he's a deep threat. McCaffrey and Kittle, right? Obviously, Jennings. So I think it's a great matchup. Shanahan's a great coach. Of all, when it comes to offense, nobody's better. So Shanahan versus Fangio is a great matchup. That's going to be fun. But ultimately, I think the game gets won on the other side of the ball because I just don't know how the Niners are going to be able to stop even the Eagles' offense that struggles. That unit's so depleted.
Yeah.
Let's stay right there because joined by Anthony Gargano, one of Philly's most vaunted voices. I'd say that way. Yeah, because Does this Eagles team have enough offensively to put any type of scare into what the San Francisco 49ers depleted defense is looking at?
Yeah, so
Okay.
they do. I mean, first of all, Jalen is the Super Bowl MVP quarterback, right? Jalen Hurts shows up in big games. He always plays well in the moment. So, and you still have weapons, right? Like that's why the whole thing's inexplicable. A lot of heat on the OC, Kevin Patullo. He's a first-time OC. Kellen Moore left last year, obviously to coach the Saints. So he came in and he struggled, right? Like no bones about it. He struggled. But this offense has names. Hurts, Barkley, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert at tight end. I mean, there's weapons. It just hasn't clicked for some reason. I would expect Jalen to use his legs more, something he hasn't used all year. And I do think they make enough big plays down the field.
And that cheater Lane Johnson is back too.
Yeah.
False
start.
We don't know
False
yet.
start
It looks
Johnson.
like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's our warrior here, like our superhero. He's coming off of Liz Frank. Most guys get surgery. Just about everybody has that injury, gets a surgery. He did not, and so I don't know where he is. I mean, we kept thinking maybe he'll show up the last 2 weeks. He still wasn't ready. So while I think he tries to play and probably plays, I just don't know how effective he's going to be.
Yeah, Liz Frank, by the way, the 49ers just signed to the practice squad. That's how tough it is for them right now. Now, the truth
is playing safety.
Yes. Anthony Gargano, the truth here, please, if you would. Did Coach Sirianni rest his players against Washington because they wanted to play the battered 49ers?
No. In fact, I'd much rather right now I'd still rather play Green Bay than the Niners. I mean, I would never say I want to play Shanahan. I'm sorry. I know what happened in the championship game in 22. I don't want to play Shanahan. I thought they should have played the starters. They should have tried to get the 2 seed, and they would have had Green Bay coming in. And Green Bay with no Micah Parsons, to me, is a much better matchup than having to face Shanahan. I don't care what the defense looks like. That offense is good. That coach is great. They're legit.
Because I know our time is short. Let me switch it real fast, man, because we all know, 49ers going to take care of the Eagles this Sunday at 1:30, 4:30 for yourself. The Philadelphia 76ers, man, they have been a surprise to many throughout the league, and Ty Maxey is literally taking the next step. He is spectacular. With that being said, what's going on with Joel Embiid?
Actually, it's interesting. Like, listen, he's playing. He's semi-healthy. He's working his way back into kind of game shape. Paul George is playing really good basketball. He's fitting in well. They have a rookie who I absolutely love, VJ Edgecombe, who is balling. I mean, absolutely balling. He's a great kid. Comes in, he's fearless. He plays great defense. He and Maxey make a great backcourt. And listen, it's going to come down to whether an Embiid could actually help on the defensive end. Like, he's still a force offensively, but they have no rim protector. So they're pretty small, and they need a rim protector, and they need Joe to get some burst to make a run in the East. Like, the East is wide open. I mean, Detroit's legit with Cunningham and all. But other than that, like, the Knicks aren't that good. There's nobody in that conference that you go, oh, my God, I'm scared of. There's no OKC.
Because they buyers?
I think what they need, I think what your team needs, you need just a DeMar DeRozan, a Zach LaVine, maybe a little Malik Monk, huh? Let's talk. Let's work something
out. No Zach LaVine, please. I'm good.
Dude, it sound like the Philadelphia 76ers are going to be buyers at the deadline?
Yeah, I think they need to be. I think they need to get a 4. They really need, like, because they don't really – they have Paul George playing a lot of 4, right? Like, they need a rim protector. They have Kelly Oubre's been hurt. He's coming back, but they need a really good defensive 4. That's what I think they need. Shot blocker, rim protector, someone can board a little bit. That's kind of the missing piece for them. And then Embiid, like, if Embiid can play, like, that's going to be it. Can he survive a long playoff run? That's the whole thing.
Yeah. He's describing Zach LaVine.
Yeah, it sounds like me.
Rim protector.
I might have Precious Achua. Can I interest you?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
I'll pass.
All right, cuz. Hey, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. Enjoy the game.
What a pleasure, fellas.
We'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely love you, cuz. Much
Tuesday.
love, bro.
That's Anthony Gargano from Philadelphia. Sports Talk legend, right, Jay?
Yeah, one of the. He is the Whitey Gleason of Philadelphia, my man.
I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
Well, why not? Longevity is key here, brother.
That's nice. I appreciate that. When we come back, the Zach LaVine, Trae Young trade that was just not meant to be. It's next on Sactown Sports.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
It's a new year, and Aleve is here to help you keep your New Year's resolutions on track. Whether it's a daily walk, hitting the gym, or spending more time with friends and family, Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you moving with long-lasting body pain relief so you can chase those dreams and achieve your goals. Don't let body pain slow you down. Keep going with Aleve, because this year is your year. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
As another new year begins, I'm reflecting on all that has happened. I'm filled with gratitude for the Golf to Go show guests who've trusted us with their time, their thoughts, and their dreams. People like putter magician Scotty Cameron, First Tee's Angie Dixon, former football great Peyton Manning, LPGA legend Nancy Lopez, the heralded team at Hagen Oaks like Ken Morton Jr., Tom Morton, PGA Golf to Go's resident on-air playing coach, and Mike Woods, PGA Director of Golf, and all the PGA professionals and guests who've educated and informed us over last year's 52 shows. Thanks also to you, our loyal listeners, who are there every week with compliments and suggestions when we might get a bit off track. Thanks also to the game that brings us all together. Thanks to the millions of men, women, boys, and girls who play the game. Thanks to the able-bodied, and thanks also to the programs that nurture those in need of a lift, like the California Eagles, PGA Hope, and many more. We are fortunate for our world-class golf and to have lived life and had a chance to play the game. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Welcome to the Bar None Auction. Bar None Auction is selling thousands of items this Saturday, January 10th in Sacramento. Large farming and construction equipment, cars, trucks, and industrial supplies all sold to the highest bidder. Always open to the public. Visit barnoneauction.com.
600. So.
And we've got you covered. It's the Drive Guys.
Hey, I just happened to see on social media that our friend Matt George, it looks like he's, Matt George?
Barely.
I think somebody call him Matty.
Okay.
Matty George. If I'm not mistaken, I think he's Matt George. I am leaving Locked On Kings and ABC 10. And
really?
He's got some long-winded things. Like I don't have time to read all that. But wish him the best. Good guy. And we wish him nothing but the best. So interesting news today from from Matt George.
It's like one of those things where you take out a page in the newspaper back in the day. You know, players, I took out a page of a newspaper and I'm out.
Yeah.
Man, Godspeed to Matt. Hopefully bigger and better things are on the way.
Yeah. I mean, how are you going to get bigger and better than that, Jay?
I'm not sure.
Who's his agent? You know? I mean, I hope he's getting good advice here.
Who's his agent?
So that's interesting news. All the best to Matt George, who does a great job locally here. I think he got his start at this station, didn't he, at one time?
True. Very true.
A long time ago. He has the latest on what's going on with the Kings, and here's something that almost happened with the Kings, apparently. Or at least it was something that one member of the Kings tried to make happen. I didn't know about this either. This is from Jake Fisher today. Do you remember during the summer, Jay, there was a lot of talk about, and I actually think Grant Afseth, who became kind of a controversial figure on our show, I think he might have been one of the people that was sharing that, hey, something could be brewing between the Kings and Trae Young. And I might be wrong. I think he was one of the people saying. I know some people were talking about that. I know a number of people, including myself, were saying that's not going to happen. That the Kings have no interest there. Apparently, we were both right. Jake Fisher says league sources say that Levine's Clutch Sports representatives tried during the offseason to build some support for a trade construction that would send their client to Atlanta for Trae Young, but the Kings squashed the idea. That's interesting.
Yeah.
It doesn't surprise me, but maybe that's why we were hearing some things about Trae Young and the Hawks. It looks like, according to this report, Clutch Sports, Zach Levine's people, they're trying to, hey, let's work on something out here, and let's get our client here in Atlanta, and then you can get Trae Young, and I think that's fascinating. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, didn't work out, and it appears there's no question now that Scott Perry is just not a fan of Trae Young's. He doesn't want him or his contract or any combination thereof here. But I went, oh, yeah, because I do remember some of the chatter. There's a lot of chatter going on right now, Jay, as far as the Kings and potential players. You've touched on one of the more interesting ones, and this was in a text that Jay sent me today. Rob Dillingham and the Minnesota Timberwolves. There's no rumor that the Kings are in on him, but you think there could be a match there, huh?
Well, it's one of those guys where it's a he is a distressed asset, would you say?
Yeah, I would, and I would also say he is young. And remember, Scott Perry, we've got to get younger as a team.
Absolutely. And would you say, from your very keen eyes, do you know the inroad for Rob Dillingham? Do you know what he is right now as an NBA product?
No, he's been a little disappointing, but he was a very high draft pick. So, yeah, a lot of promise there.
The same team that traded a lot of assets to get Rob Dillingham is now saying, hey, you know what? Doesn't really work here. We need him to get caught up to speed a little quicker. And that's what I find interesting is they're not saying he's not talented. Timberwolves aren't saying that, yeah, you know what, he's probably not going to pan out to be anything. They're saying he doesn't fit our timeline. He doesn't match what we hit with Anthony Edwards, and we know he's a baller. And we just were in the Western Conference Finals, and we know we're fighting for the next 3 or 4 years to try to be somebody, because we also know that Anthony Edwards could also be one of these guys like Giannis and say, I'm out. I find it very interesting. I'm intrigued by Rob Dillingham, and I'm starting to see his name tossed out there a little bit more. I'm very intrigued to see what he's going to turn out to be, and what is Minnesota's value when it comes to what do they need to receive back from another team.
Minnesota has been looking for some backcourt help.
At point guard.
I believe James Ham this week, and if I'm not mistaken, he said, I'm not sure about this. I haven't confirmed it, but there have been rumblings that Minnesota may have interest in Malik Monk.
Which I feel like we heard that a couple years ago.
I do too.
Yeah, like he was kind of one of their guys on the big board.
Yeah.
You know, Malik is interesting. We could bring him here. And he fits their timeline. You know, the big board for Minnesota is win now.
Yep.
And Cuz talked about the league being open on the eastern seaboard. I proposed a question to you yesterday. Beside OKC, who would you believe could win a championship? You had 3 other teams, Nuggets, the Rockets, and the Spurs. For me, I'd remove the Spurs. I don't think they're ready because I don't think Wemby's ready. And so it's a 3-man race. And that's with OKC looking down, of course.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, but I say that in the form of Minnesota knows they have to keep pace. They're looking around and understanding that Mike Conley is a little longer in the tooth, and we need to pair somebody probably here with Anthony Edwards, someone that fits the timeline, but it also is a little younger, a lot younger probably. And that's, no disrespect to Mike Conley because he's played a long time and he's been
He played with Greg Oden in college.
I know, at Ohio State.
Yeah.
His daddy was the coach. Not at Ohio State, but in high school, AAU and all that. But, yeah, he's my age.
Really?
Just about.
Yeah. The things that jump out to me about Rob Dillingham, one is he was a high pick. That's, it catches your eye, but there's been a lot of teams that have been wrong about high picks. But he also, even in limited minutes here with Minnesota over the last couple of years, he's only played about 10 minutes a game over 2 seasons. But he shoots the 3 pretty well. And to me, when you got a guy that shoots the 3 consistently well, it was, as a rookie, it was 338, which isn't great, but it's not bad. And then this year, 345, which again is like, that's not great, but there's something there. When a guy is able to do that in limited minutes, I'm intrigued, Jay.
Yeah, definitely. To see if the scope is just a little too small, on his playing time. So I'm with you. What is super interesting is he next year, right? Because he's got the club option, what they've already picked up, and then of course they have the 27-28 year. So you have control over him over the next couple of years at $6 million, at $8 million. That's not heavy, and that's a distressed asset. That's someone that probably, I would imagine, wants to leave Minnesota at this point. Mm-hmm. Probably wants an opportunity.
And if you want to get younger, how young is he? He is 21 years and 3 days.
Man, sign me up.
And I think part of it is, like you were saying, with Minnesota and the timeline, they need guys that can help them right now.
Yeah,
they're not as interested. This is a young guy. He could become something. Yeah, maybe, but we don't have time for that.
Can I interest you in who?
I'm talking to Minnesota?
Yep.
Well, I think Keon I need to trade to the Lakers. So I'm trying to get a first for them, but have you heard there's reports that the Kings could probably get Dalton Connect?
I haven't seen
Keon?
that. I'm with that. And a first?
No, not
fair exchange, no robbery.
One or the other.
Oh, God.
I think it's like, hey, we want a first. No, well, Dalton Connect was a first. There you go. No.
I think you got to like Dalton's game if you're Scott Perry. And I don't know if he fits Doug and Scott's foundation, but I'm a fan of Dalton Connect, albeit he's on the Lakers, so I got no love for him.
Well, I know a lot of people around here are, and there were a lot of people around here, and you and Drapes were among them, and I think Emron, too, were very disappointed the Kings didn't draft him.
Yeah. He's a Jake LaRavia type guy, minus the defense, right? I know that's saying a lot.
Yeah.
That's not really proving anything.
Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the evening?
I think he's more skilled offensively, though, and he's a better shooter than Jake LaRavia, too.
Yeah.
And he's younger. Not much, but a little younger.
And there's also reports, we may get deeper into this. We may not, because we've certainly been far down this road. According to most report/suggestions, the Kings are the most interested party in Jonathan Kuminga still.
Yeah, I know we have to talk about it, and thankfully you've assisted me and allowed me to have a break of not having to talk about it for a few months. Thank you so much, Mr. Gleason.
Yeah.
I don't know where it sits, and the onus is on the Warriors. It truly is, and I've spoken about it this past week. They've messed this situation up to where I don't know if I'm turned off as a Sacramento King fan. The organization shouldn't be, but maybe as a fan, I'm a little turned off of the situation. And I'm putting all the blame on the dentist's office. I don't like the way the Warriors have handled the Kuminga situation. And I don't know if they've devalued my love for, and I don't have love for Kuminga, but I guess my like for Jonathan Kuminga. But I'm a little checked out on it.
Okay. By the way, the great Tony Ray Harvey weighed in. He shared his opinion. I lost it here, Tone. I'm sorry.
Oh, where you go?
It is. He says, Chase Center is trash.
That's right. Speaking into existence.
Here's what Slate's had to say. May I, Jay? I'm going to talk about Kuminga a little bit.
Of course. It's your show.
Perry has expressed reservations about offering the 2030 protected first-round pick. Warriors, according to sources, don't want to take on a multi-year contract, blah, 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 blah. But, writes Slates, there are multi-team constructions that could loosen up these obstacles, and the Kings do have Keon Ellis, a fourth-year guard, on a $2.3 million expiring deal that has generated league-wide interest. So Slates is saying, and Slates is, before pointed out, boy, that's tough to swing a trade between the two teams. But, he says, there are some three-team things here that could take care of some of those obstacles.
Somebody would send that first-round pick to the Warriors on behalf of the Sacramento Kings?
Something.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we swing Keon to somebody? So if I'm hearing that correctly, you're telling me Keon is worth the first-round draft pick in this league?
I hope so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then sign me up.
A lot of interest in Keon.
Very much so. Sell him to the highest bidder if you want to move on. February 9th, he can be re-upped, right? So if Keon is not in your cards, which a lot of Kings fans and a lot of people around here and people who, watch the Kings on a regular basis believe Keon has a good role set up for him here in Sacramento if he can garner minutes or, play the quality minutes that he needs to play. It'd be very interesting to see it, Whitey. It truly would. I'm out on the Kuminga situation, and again, I blame it on the Warriors, but I am with you now in this form, and you said this all summer. It would be very entertaining to see. I'm interested now because I'm intrigued to see how it would work with Keegan. I'm intrigued to see if it would work with Doug Christie. I'm intrigued to see if Jonathan could become the guy that he couldn't become, the player that he couldn't become for the Warriors. So I'm a little intrigued about it now.
Yeah. I think something's going to happen, even though the Warriors have said, apparently through sources, oh, we're prepared to keep him if we can't move him.
Sure you are.
No, they're not.
And Anthony Slater said, what, posturing?
Yeah, exactly. We're going to do some posturing with Stevie Johnson next on Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Talking about guns with others might not always feel comfortable, but it could save a life. Here's a way to start a conversation. Your family is going over to your neighbor's home for dinner for the first time. How would you ask if there are any unlocked guns in the home?
Hey, we're so excited for tonight. Before we come over, though, may I ask if there are any unlocked guns in your home?
Our guns are stored securely, locked in a safe that the kids can't access.
Awesome.
Learn how to have the conversation at agreetoagree.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-691-9999. That's 800-691-9999.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
You're not going to believe this, but we have word of another 49er injury today.
Come on now, stop playing.
From Matt Barrows. Jordan Elliott, who was not on Kyle Shanahan's pre-practice report, was added after apparently tweaking his knee in individual drills, Jay.
Boy, hey, I'm going to tell you.
What is going on?
Truly, I have never, and we've said this probably 10 times throughout this season, I have never seen so many people injured.
Right.
What is up, man? The vitamins, the Wheaties, the matcha got them going wrong.
There's some
what's
weird
up?
theories
High
that
calorie diet
being tossed around now these days. We have our next guest ready to go. Yeah, it's Stevie. It's Stevie Johnson. How are you, Stevie?
What's going on, teammates? Good to be on Wild Card Weekend. Let's get it.
Yeah. What can you tell us about all these? As a former player, do you have any possible explanation for all the 49er injuries?
Well, I mean, this is the type of game that we playing is brutal, on the body, I would say, because you're consistently moving at a high rate. The ligaments are only so strong, and you playing week after week. So I attested to that, and sometimes things just happen. Like you said, our guy Ellie is out on individual drills. That's usually the time you take it easy. So it's a mix of everything.
I mean, honestly, of all your career, take it even back to Rod, take it back to Pop Warner, man. Like, have you ever been a part of a team where you've literally looked around, because we all have that moment. You kind of get into the locker room, you're on the sideline, whatever. You're eating lunch with your fellas, and you look around and say, yo, it's a lot of people. A lot of people injured right now. Have you ever had that, Stevie?
Yeah, brother. I would even say when I was with the Chargers, that was crazy.
That was,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, so I go out with dislocated shoulder. Then Malcolm Floyd has dislocated shoulder.
Stand up, Sacramento.
There we go. Yep, Floyd from Sactown, man. He one of the best too, man. I need to tap in with Malcolm. Fleazy, very good in the community. But we have so many injuries. But you can say that for every team, though, because it's just the type of game that we play, though, teammates.
Mm-hmm. Stevie Johnson, 8-year NFL veteran, Bills, 49ers, Chargers. Nice enough to join us as he does each week. What in the world happened to the 49er offense, and how do they avoid having it happen again against the Eagles?
You know what? They got to stick to the script, and the script is getting CMC involved. That's the main thing. Everybody knows what's going to happen, but how are you going to make it happen? And that's going to be the key to this game for me. If CMC is involved and Purdy is on that level where he can hit his playmakers when he needs to, not necessarily forcing it outside to his playmakers, you got to be strategic where you holding the ball, play action, and then you drop it off to CMC in the flats. And again, CMC going to have an iconic run for the 49ers to get to the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. But that's the way I see them beating the Eagles. Heavy Christian McCaffrey.
What about as far as Brock Purdy? Because I think some of the questions that people still have about Brock Purdy, he's answered a lot of those, but a lot of people talk about, can he put a team on his back? I hear you talking about CMC putting a team on his back. Is there any way, shape, form, or fashion you can see Brock Purdy literally tugging this offense and tugging this team along?
Yeah, he actually showed that he can put a team on his back. The thing is, it's like similar to Josh Allen. I compare it to when Josh went from making plays and wanting to make the highlight play. Purdy's in that same boat where he wants to make that highlight play, and then you throw in him coming back from injury, so he kind of want to press it. But that's where the Niners may get hurt, when you're too overzealous. So Purdy has to go into that phase where he's a playmaker, game changer, just like a Josh Allen is going into that phase. And that's where the 49ers will be efficient, because all they need to do is continue to get first down after first down. They don't necessarily need to get highlight plays and, let me break the pocket and then throw this bomb across the field and see if I can get 60. You don't really need that, because you need to sustain drives to keep the other team's offense off the field. And if Purdy can turn into a manager, then yeah, and he's shown that he can. So, this is a great time to prove it against the Philadelphia Eagles, who I actually got to go to the Super Bowl out the NFC.
What?
Oh, come on, Stevie. Oh man, you don't want to cross seas and you've been living large, man.
Look, hey, I feel like if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best.
True.
And I can't knock the best off if they still got balance and they still active. So I for sure want them Niners to go. Niners, but you know what I'm saying? You can't just put them past the Eagles, who actually won it, and they here.
Keeping it real.
Yeah. Stevie Johnson, how would you compare, I know they're not the same, but the two quarterbacks, Jalen Hurts, Brock Purdy, how would you say they're similar? How would you say they're most different?
See, yeah, there it is. Like, the difference with Jalen Hurts, he's already evolved into the manager phase, and he don't care about the outside, what people are saying, even what teammates are saying. Hey, brother, I'm going to get you 1,000 yards. I'm going to get you 1,000 yards. I'm going to feed my tight end because he's an extension of the run game. And I understand I can feed my running back, and I can run when I need to or take a slide. He's already developed that manager mode. With Brock Purdy, I think he's still in that playmaker mode. He's a hybrid because we can see him manage a game. However, we also see where Purdy can, I'm ready to sling it. I'm ready to, do some showtime. That's the difference between Hurts and Purdy. Along with, I add my guy Allen in there too.
Yeah.
Because that's why Hurts have a Super Bowl and those guys don't, because Hurts can manage a game.
Yo, Stevie, one of the interesting things that we got to see last week was Aaron Rodgers and Whitey. What was the phrase you coined? Like he proved that he still can play, or he belongs, or I can't really remember.
His legacy is secure.
That's
now.
about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I was gonna say, is that what you saw from the Steelers win over Baltimore? Because in reality, the way I see it is a rookie kicker missed the kick, and it could have went the opposite way.
Yeah, both, because you got to be in that position for, that kicker to make that. So, you can say Rodgers definitely showed that he can still manage a game. He can sling the ball. He can control the offense. He can keep your offense off the field. So he showed that he's an excellent manager. And then it comes down to, hey, if that kicker kicks the ball and makes it, we're not talking about, Aaron Rodgers winning that game. We're still saying he showed that he put that team in a position to be where they are. So yeah, it's a good mix of both. And yeah, that's the wild part of this game, though, right? Like nobody expect the Pittsburgh Steelers to do what they did. I mean, it'd be wild if the Pittsburgh Steelers continue to win and the Bills continue to win, because the Bills utilized one play against them for 30 times and beat that team. So it's very interesting what's going on in the playoffs now.
Mm-hmm. Stevie Johnson joining us, catching up on the NFL playoffs. Did Kyle Shanahan have one of his worst games as a play caller since he's been with the 49ers against the Seattle Seahawks?
Maybe you got to take into the account they already will be in the playoffs, so it's like whoever you play against, it's gonna be a dogfight.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just comes down to execution. Also, certain plays are called when your defense makes certain plays. So if a defense don't make plays, you can't use parts of the playbook. So it's an testament to a team. The team gotta work and yeah, then at the end of the day, can your playmakers get the ball to your other playmakers and force the issue and be able to adjust? That's what the Niners are going to have to do, adjust, because the Philadelphia Eagles, they're tough on covering the tight end. And our tight end has been going crazy for the past 6 weeks. And, so we'll have to be able to adjust to figure out ways to get Kittle the ball without forcing it, and CMC without, being too obvious. So it's going to be very interesting and strategic to see the Niners play.
So, Stevie, it sounds like, pardon me, Jay, but it sounds like you're not pinning this on Shanahan, the idea that Shanahan called a bad game. You're not really willing to go there.
No, I feel like players got to make plays, I feel like players got to make the plays first. And then, you can talk about, is that the right play to be called, but it still comes down to execution. And I throw in that defense because that's what people may not understand. Like, okay, if we got the ball at this part of the field, then I can utilize certain plays. Or if we weren't down at this part during this time of the game, it's so much situation. And if you look at a playbook, it's all situations on there, like nothing but situations. And that's what it comes down to. Can your team put your offense or your play callers in situations to call certain plays during that time?
Joined by Mr. Himothy himself, Stevie Johnson. Stevie, one of the things we talk about with Kyle Shanahan, and at least I do, I try to bring it to the table, is the urgency and the pace, the hurry up, the pace of the offense. It feels like it's always the same. With that being said, someone that's been in so many huddles like yourself with 8 years in the league and, of course, college and everything else, do you pay attention to that? Is that something that you dial in on? Like, man, this play call is super long and it's not giving me an opportunity to go outside and get in rhythm. Do you guys pay attention to that?
Yeah, we do. But how much it matters, I would say maybe 60% because, again, you got to – 40% because you have to execute first. So the tempo, it definitely can play a part when you got a player or a quarterback that can tempo it up fast, slow, take advantage of the team. And that's what we saw actually for this Niners season. When Mac Jones got in, you saw a different tempo. Then you seen Purdy come in, it was a different tempo. So now it seems like we're back to that tempo that we know we have with Purdy we've been accustomed to. And now it's on Purdy to be that manager. Being a manager doesn't only mean take the short pass or don't take the highlight play. You can manage the tempo now. If we can notice how this thing is going, then Brock, you should be able to notice that and manage the tempo with your playmaker. So, it's all in-house and how those players are communicating with each other.
Stevie Johnson joining us. I want to ask you about how much trouble the 49ers under Shanahan have had coming from behind. And look, he's been a great coach. I'm not piling on Shanahan. But we know statistically when they get behind, they have a really hard time coming back. How much of that, Stevie, is because the offense is so much based on play action, and if they're behind, the other team knows that they ain't going to run the ball, so we don't have to respect the play action?
Yeah, man, Whitey, you own it. So accurate. And that's why I feel like if this isn't a close game, it's going to be tough for the Niners to win, because it's hard to play from behind. Considering, I'll say Ricky Pearsall, we don't know if he can play all game or if we don't know if he'll be playing this game, so it's like injuries, the playmakers on the outside, are you getting enough action to, control a game or go up and down the field? But again, that's not the team that the 49ers have built. They built the team off play action, off your running back and controlling the clock. So yeah, that's why this is so interesting now in the playoffs, because now you're going up against teams that's going to put you to the test, and we'll see if the 49ers can pass it.
As forgive me for bringing up a sore spot, of course, I would imagine in your career, but as someone that's been in the NFL and have the opportunity to get into the postseason, can you flip a switch like the 49ers or the Eagles, who have kind of been down on the offensive side? Do you believe you can flip a switch as a team and change the narrative that has been talked about, or I guess you've been showcasing all season?
I don't even know what it means to flip the switch. I feel like once you're in the playoffs, it's a whole different vibe and atmosphere. Even if you're just watching it, you can see it and feel it. But could you only imagine being in it, you know what I mean? And just the natural nerves and things like that. So I think the switch is automatically flipped for those guys, and like we was talking about earlier with the injuries, there was injuries today, but the good thing, the glass half full part is the Niners been around these wild injuries so much that I think players are in the building like, hey, I'm ready because anything can happen. Even walking to lunch and go get something, like I might be up next. So the vibes is there. You know what I'm saying? So it's wicked.
What was the most hostile environment on the road that you ever had to play in, Stevie?
I would say going into New England, it was really hostile. They was the dynasty team at that time, and but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed playing in those situations, and I feel like that's the same. You know, when it comes to playoff games, you know, you going up against the best of the best. You know, us going up against Brady, and we were on the road. Obviously, it wasn't a playoff game, but the atmosphere was like that because they had their crowd there. They crowd talking a whole bunch of crap, and yeah, like I feel like that's the vibes that you have. That's backyard playground with the homies. That's the Thanksgiving Day bowls with, you know what I'm saying, with the fam. You know, you want to bring your best because you know y'all go talk about it, and you know, so I feel like it's gonna be a show.
Pretender or contender? Jacksonville. Trevor Lawrence led Jacksonville Jags.
Who do they have this week, Jay?
You see where I went, right? Pretender or contender to Jags, man?
Yeah, the Jags are contenders. You know, they've shown that they can get over the hump and they can win games. They figured out how to win games. However, this is their first year of figuring out how to win games. And yeah, that's why I say they're contenders, but I think they go be shell shocked when they run up against the Bills this week.
I was waiting for something. I was like, where is he taking me here?
Yeah.
They go be shell shocked.
Before we let you go, Stevie, you know, all of a sudden there's a lot of quarterbacks playing this weekend that don't have a lot of playoff experience. Is it possible we're kind of on the threshold of an era, you know, golden age, which may be an exaggeration of really good, potentially great young quarterbacks?
You know, and that's a good thing. Yes, I'll agree with you. And that's a good thing for the league. That's a good thing for communities and these young guys coming in. You know, if they're showing that they can put their teams on their back and put this league on their back from state to state where they are, then yeah, I mean, it's more power for us to continue to talk about them. You know, so I think we are entering that age. You see, there's no Mahomes, there's Lamar's out. The names that we've been hearing over and over, they're not really in right now. And again, that's a good thing for the league. It's a great cycle.
All right, Stevie, we appreciate it. Good luck to your Bills. We'll talk to you soon.
One love, teammates.
No doubt, big time. Stay safe.
Yeah.
One love.
Stevie Johnson. I got the Eagles going to the Super Bowl. What?
I know he stung us, man. He stung us.
And you know who he has them playing in the Super Bowl.
Of course.
Yeah.
You see, I hit him with the pretender contender. Yeah, I just make it simple and easy. I could have picked a few other teams, but I figured, Jacksonville's probably the one we all need to know.
Yeah. I appreciate the words of encouragement from Stevie, from Charles Davis earlier, from UJ. I'm having a hard time with this one.
I understand. I truly do.
Like Stevie says, somebody was walking to the commissary and he tore his Achilles. It's like just to the point where it's like, this is beyond ridiculous.
I don't mean to laugh, but what else can you do?
Yeah.
Like Jordan Elliott is somebody you need on the defensive line. You just brought in Kaiser White, a linebacker. Eric Kendricks was brought in a couple of weeks ago, another linebacker, and both of these guys are probably right now penciled in to start. A person fresh off of the couch.
Yes, and I really applaud Kyle. And, of course, he's good at this. He's been doing it a long time, and it's what coaches do.
Yeah.
I recognize that. But when he's talking about, is it Kendrick? He's like, he's been playing a long time. We're lucky we have. We're looking forward. Oh, my goodness. I know that's what he has to do. And part of it is just, trying to build him up so that he believes it. But, man.
I did see something.
That's high-level coach speak. He's great. Yeah, we're good.
Top of the line?
Yeah.
Pay him a little more just because.
Yeah.
A bonus?
Yeah.
I did see something, a stat, and I didn't pinpoint the exact number in total of tackles, but someone that I came across social network talked about last year, Eric Kendricks and Kaiser White both had over 100 tackles as starting linebackers in the league.
Mm-hmm.
But as I like to say, oh well, too bad, so sad. That was last year. We're talking about right now. And when I say last year, I mean last NFL season, not last year is in the calendar. The 49ers, no doubt, it's an uphill battle. But the Eagles aren't daunting. And I think if they were playing, and maybe it's just the league, maybe it is kind of like what Stevie's talking about, it's a little wide open. Is anybody really afraid of what's going on over at the AFC? Cuz talked about, Anthony Gargano joined the show a little earlier, talked about, is anybody really frightened to go play Denver? I'm not scared to go play Denver, right? So that gives you a little bit of hope. But I definitely understand where you're coming from, or not a little bit, a lot of hope. It gives you hope.
This type of game, to me, the way you win this game, if you're the road team, the 49ers, you have to get an early lead. And you want to get in a situation where it's the fourth quarter and the fans there in Philadelphia, you see this in the playoffs in all sports, but especially in the NFL where it's you lose, you're out. And the fans start to get a little restless, Jay? And it's like the fourth quarter, it's like the 49ers are winning this game. And you can see with all the dysfunction that the Eagles have dealt with, that all of a sudden they start feeling that pressure a little bit. They're an excellent team, so they're capable of rising to it. But I think that's the 49ers' best case. If they've got to come from behind the Niners on the road, it's like, boy, there's very little chance. But if they can get ahead and they can pile on and just have a, 7 to 10 point lead in the fourth quarter and the Eagles start pressing a little bit, I think they may have them. But that's a tall order.
So if the 49ers are up 10 going into the fourth, that's when I can text you and say, are you feeling comfortable?
I'm not going to point out what happened when you were watching them in Vegas, Jay. I'm not even going there.
Very true.
What were they up in the fourth quarter? No, I said I wasn't going there.
I think.
But they have to be ahead.
They do.
Or at least even. If they're behind,
it's over.
Yeah.
And stats have and statistics and the history of who Kyle Shanahan has shown us that if he is behind heading into the fourth quarter, she's coming out to sing.
Yeah.
The lady is coming out to sing. Minus one other time. And so I'm with you. I think you have to be even, Steven. You have to be right, neck and neck. You got to be able to look the Eagles eye to eye heading into the fourth, and hopefully you're in front. Hopefully, you're playing with house money. But, yeah, I'm with you. If you're behind, you never say never, but it's pretty close to being never.
Yeah. One more quick football note here. It's good to have goals. Jerry Jones, 83 years old, he shared one of his dreams today. My goal in life is to retire as the owner that won the most Super Bowls. I don't think he's going to make it, Jay. Good for him.
Unless he's going to,
That's my goal.
Lord bless him to be here a longer lot time than most natural bodies are.
How many more do I have to go as a single owner? Kraft has how many? 6? So I got work to do.
You got 2 more.
You
got 2 more, Double J.
A lot of work to do. He said, we got 3.
Got 3? He's got 3 in him?
Yeah. Well, he's got 3. Yeah. How many more do I need to go as an owner? Yeah. Halfway. At least I'm up to the second rung in the ladder.
Yeah, well, sir, you might be there for a little bit. You can't make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's interesting?
Bless him if he lives to be.
Please.
I hope he does.
I do too.
183. Still not.
Still might not be able to get 4 more.
I don't think so.
I will. You know what's interesting, Whitey, real fast is how, and I get it. It's sports. I am the person that always says if there's any area in your life that you can hate, it's right here. It's in sports. But sports hate. I find it very interesting when you have, and this happened this past weekend, when you have fans of other teams that are completely out of it as well, and your team loses, and people are like, you know what? I told you, they're not real. It's never going to happen. It's like, yo, you like one of the worst teams in the league. Raider fan.
Mm-hmm.
Cowboy fan. And I'll kick back over to the Raiders. You haven't been good ever. In a very long time when I say ever. Mm-hmm. But you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. We're talking about John Madden. He had one run, 2000s for a couple years. Beyond that, good luck.
John Gruden.
Excuse me, John Gruden. But going back to Madden.
Yeah.
That's when you were putting in the putting in your moves.
Yeah.
I just find it super interesting. But I love it. That's part of what sports is. And if you're going to dish it, you sure better take it. But I definitely find it a Cowboy fan. You're rooting for the 49ers to lose. Me too.
But wouldn't you do the same thing, though, if the Nike was on the other foot?
Of course.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
That's why I said I find it interesting.
Yeah, when we come back, the NFL team that the Kings plan to emulate next, Sactown Sports.
The San Francisco 49ers play on Sactown Sports 1140.
Touchdown 49ers! Every game on your #1 sports station. Don't miss the action on your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541. This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 916-619-3000 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
Welcome to the Bar None Auction. Bar None Auction is selling thousands of items this Saturday, January 10th in Sacramento. Large farming and construction equipment, cars, trucks, and industrial supplies all sold to the highest bidder. Always open to the public. Visit barnoneauction.com.
600. So.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
From the Beam Team to what? The Meme Team? I don't know. The Ream Team? I don't know what you
would
call.
The Lean Team.
Yeah, what you'd call this team. Speaking of teams, we're happy to announce today that Kayla Anderson is joining Sactown Sports full-time.
That's out.
Yeah. She'd been filling in admirably since Alan was out on his maternity leave. And
okay.
Then, she spent a lot of time with us in the afternoon. So starting Monday, she'll be middays with Alan Stiles. And I've done everything I can about this, Jay. There's no stopping it. It's just a done deal. Mm-hmm. Alan Stiles is joining us.
Really?
There's nothing I can do.
You gave approval.
Well, I didn't say that. We're excited about that, of course. Alan joining us. And then Kayla will be part of the new midday show.
Ooh.
What's the rest of it?
Yep.
We'll find out.
Oh, okay.
We'll find out soon enough.
Gotta wait.
We've got, I say this all the time, the smartest listeners / YouTube viewers in radio / YouTube. And I think a lot of them have figured out where this is going, Jay, just between you and me.
Sure.
I see a lot of comments here that suggest, okay, People are smart. They know what's going on. But nothing official yet, so we will see. You never know in this business.
You definitely
never know in this business.
Never know.
Mm-hmm. We're just talking about the NFL. And did you know that in early August, as Anthony Slater wrote today, in early August, Scott Perry took B.J. Armstrong and Doug Christie to Latrobe, Pennsylvania, and for 3 nights, the 3 of them stayed in the dorm rooms at St. Vincent College, and they were given complete and total access to Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Wow. I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
News to me.
Coach Christie said, I went to the O-line meetings, defensive back meetings, quarterback meetings. Scott Perry wants his new team to emulate the Steelers and needs the leaders across his organization to feel that same spirit. Now, unfortunately, it appears that all the Kings leadership people, they went to watch the Steelers, and then they came back with the idea that Aaron Rodgers is great. We need like 8 of him on our team. The really old guys they're all... It looks like maybe that was the takeaway.
I was like, where are you going here, brother?
No, I kid. I'm kidding.
Oh, man. Come on now.
I'm kidding about
Why
that.
are you out of pocket on the show, man?
That I'm not serious about. I got scared because I could see Jay over there, and he's like really still.
I was like, where are you going?
Scott Perry is a Steelers fan. You know why he's a Steelers fan, right?
I do not.
His dad played for the Steelers.
Ah. Okay.
Sometimes I've learned you say I do not, but you did.
I did. Yeah. I didn't know. I think he told us that.
His dad played for the Steelers. His father was a very accomplished gentleman in not only athletics but in law and in politics.
Now that I didn't know.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
His dad was an incredible person. I'd love to talk to him more on there about his father sometime, but
wow.
I think Mark J. Spears may have written about his father. You might want to look that up. It's an incredible story.
I must have missed that part in the Anscape piece.
I think it was a previous piece.
The first one.
Yeah, and then I think they kind of just alluded to it in the more recent one. But yeah, his dad was an amazing person, and so is he. But Scott Perry's a Steelers fan, and he has known Coach Tomlin for a long time. So some of the pillars that we hear Scott Perry talking about so often, they're based on what he thinks the Steelers are built in. And in a way, I mean, it's obviously it's something to strive for, but I mean, the Kings certainly have not been that, right? In recent years, they've been the antithesis of a stable franchise.
I think that's where, if you listen and try to read through the lines, I guess that's kind of where I'm looking at, is the stability of the Pittsburgh Steelers and Mike Tomlin being the longest, and that for sure, but even before John Harbaugh, with Mike's got 19 seasons in with the Steelers. So I think it's, how can you have, and for a lot of those years, he's pretty much been in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Now, Super Bowl winning has eluded him in 99% of those years, but he's been around, he's been successful, never had a losing record, and I think that means a lot. And if you're trying to model, your ship after somebody, why not the Steelers? No doubt. I mean, it could be about the 49ers. But, hey, listen, understandable. You chose to take another lesser organization's model. No, I kid. But, no, it is. I'm throwing hate at people all day because, Raider fans love it and Cowboy fans love it. So we might.
You didn't like my Aaron Rodgers joke, though.
I didn't know where you were going, bro.
Whitey, come back. Where are you going?
Where you going, Whitey?
Yeah. According to Slate's, I'm hesitating here. I want to get this right because I appreciate the way he wrote this. He says, this is where Perry hopes to emulate the Steelers. Under Tomlin, the Steelers have not had a losing record in 19 seasons, always competitive, built on a brand of toughness and defense in the image of their city.
Ooh.
Would an image of toughness and defense here in Sacramento, would it reflect what this city is about? I think it would.
Yeah.
Now, we've had this conversation before. Blue collar, and I know some people say, no, it's not really, and I don't want to get into that.
Sure.
Okay, technically not blue collar. But I do think this is the type of city that appreciates, and a lot of cities do, but especially Sacramento, really tough and consistent
hard work.
Effort.
Yes. And if I'm one of those people that say not blue collar, but we have the traits. We have the traits of blue
I
collar.
would agree with that 100%.
Yeah, you know, like you said, we don't want to get into the argument, but there is something to be said for Kings fans that they appreciate effort. They truly do. And we saw last night, great example. You know, this team is downtrodden right now through the season, but if you bring the consistent effort, Sacramento Kings fans will reward you with consistent support. Hey, no better model than to go over to Pittsburgh, where that has kind of been the, you know, truly that's been the identity of the Steelers for a very long time.
Yes. And speaking of support, I want to take a moment to support
overworked. Yes, Tom, you're right. We are all overworked.
I want to take a moment to say some words of support for Coach Christie.
Please do.
Is Coach Christie a good basketball coach? Yeah, he's a good basketball coach. You know, he's played. He's been a coach for a long time. Is he a good NBA head coach? I don't think we know yet for sure. He was a good coach. He did some good things last year. But my point is this. I understand fans' frustration. And if you go on social media after games, you know, you see fans that are, well, they need to get a different coach. And I just think it's understandable but so ludicrous. I don't think we'll have any idea what kind of coach Doug Christie really is until he has a chance to coach the young players. This is an untenable situation for the players and for him right now. What can he do with this team that clearly the organization is not trying to win games right now, and we understand why. What is a coach supposed to do in that situation? Coach Christie's not the first coach in that situation, and he will not be the last. But my point is, how can you evaluate the coach when some of the decisions that are being made aren't even his decisions? And I'm especially sensitive to this because last night we had the end of the game where the Kings did not run the play that Coach Christie called and designed. And, you know, there's going to be some talk, I'm sure there has been already, they don't even listen to him, he's lost the team. And we're nowhere near the point right now where we can evaluate the job that Coach Christie is doing with this team. If you're thinking, well, I'll tell you the first thing they need to do is get a new coach, I just think that is so far from what actually is going on here and what matters with this team that I think you just don't understand what's going on.
Yeah, but that's the rhythm of sports fans.
Like I said, it's understandable. Yep. I know as fans, it's, you know, what's the problem? Well, I don't know. Is it the manager? Is it the coach?
Yeah, but and it's not a but. It is a very well said. First of all, Whitey, I couldn't agree with you more. And I won't speak to that because, you know, personal involvement. But the part of it for me is this. It is consistently thrown out there that players, and I cut straight to the chase, they get a pass a lot of times, and it is really camouflaged by the fact of when things go wrong, the coach and the GM are the first ones to take a blame. But one of the things that I really appreciate Stevie Johnson, if you have the opportunity to listen to him, and of course we have for 16, 17, 18 weeks at this point, I really appreciate he always talks about when we ask about coach situations or schemes and everything else, pay attention. He always but it's really on the player though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You have to go out there and perform. And to me, those are the type of players I'm looking for. Now, I'm not foolish enough, Whitey, I'm not going to sit up here and say that coaching doesn't have a big part in what happens in competition. Absolutely. But I always go back to what Jason Kidd said. Now, he said it as in kind of in a smug way after a loss, but he's like, yo, I'm coaching. I'm not playing.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can control about this person shooting a ball, running. No, I can show you how to run, but you still have to run.
Mm-hmm.
And for whatever reason in sports, we have camouflaged the fact that guys that have to do a job, gals that have to do a job, when they don't do it, they receive a smaller portion of the blame, for a lack of a better word. Coaches ain't shooting. They not swinging bats. They're not catching passes.
Their job, and I think this is what Steve Kerr has done and his staff when the teams have been best. The job is to put the player in the best position to succeed, but the player still has to be the one to do it. That, by the way, to bring it home is, I think, the other interesting bit of information from Slate's piece today, Jay, that you and I overlooked earlier. Christie is on the first season of a 3-year contract, league sources said. Final season, a team option. This is a trial period for a first-time head coach. But Perry has been firm in his backing of Christie. Despite the poor record, his job is safe, team sources said. Amen.
Yeah.
Let's not worry about that right now. There are so many other things for the team to be concerned about. Right now, if you're wondering about, well, they need a new coach. No, you're just missing the point of what's going on right now.
Very true, and that would go against the whole wave of taking BJ and Coach Christie to Pittsburgh and looking at the stability that the Pittsburgh Steelers have talked about for so long. Somebody, who was that? 2 up the middle. Pittsburgh has a reputation of head coaching longevity. This has been my theory with Doug. He's learning how to be an NBA head coach with this team, and hopefully he could become our Noel or Tomlin. Respect.
Or Coward?
No doubt. Or that too. Yeah. But you know what I see that as? You said Coach is locked in for next year and maybe for his option year. Yo, Coach, let me borrow $10.
Yeah.
Let me get it to you, Coach.
Yeah. Let me know how that goes.
As a matter of fact, let me not borrow. Let me just have it.
Right. Yeah, there you go. Well, you say, can I have $10? There you go.
Sir.
I never said I was going to pay you back.
Come on, Coach.
Of course, we know that Scott Perry also admits, hey, we're looking at the draft. He said that his first time. Oh, we're going to be heavily involved in the draft. So we'll break down a brand new draft top 10 when we come back. Drive, guys.
This is the Drive Guys.
January 12th.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
This is the Drive Guys. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on Sactown Sports 1140.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
At InShape, we have a place for every kind of mover. The Sometimer, the early riser, the after-work grinder, the yogi, lifter, bodybuilder, walker, runner, swimmer, spinner, stretcher, rower, climber, jumper, dancer, boxer, sauna seeker, recoverer. Basically, if you walk, lift, stretch, or sweat, you belong at InShape. So whether it's your first time or your first time in a while, start the year strong and join today at InShape.com. Find a location nearest to you.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Top of the hour, we should be hearing from Kyle Draper, right, Jay?
Allegedly.
Okay. Interesting thing about Drapes. have you noticed that he just stopped doing Drape's takes? Have you noticed that?
Yeah. Well,
he would do them, and then he'd go, I don't really have one today. Give me my music, Jay. And now he just, his Drape's takes music is kind of like the Beam right now. It's getting dusty up on the shelf.
He just want to do Q&A, huh?
Yeah, we don't really need to do Drape's takes today, guys. So,
he would say, "Is it sponsored?"
Yeah,
that's his
right.
That's his get out of jail free card
and
right
that's
there.
a fair point. Yeah. So I'm not sure what he'll have for us today, but we look forward to that.
His music is getting dusty.
It is. It is.
When
you play it, it's going to be dusty on there. Yeah. Here's what Scott Perry said about the draft. We knew this, but it's just, to me, it's just, it's nice to hear him say it in the Anthony Slater piece. This draft is shaping up to be pretty good. You talk about some of the better teams in the league. They have built and got a lot of that talent through the draft. So I see us really diving into this draft process. Let it begin, Jay. We've talked about it here or there, but let it begin. We are now diving. The Drive guys are diving into the draft process.
I like it.
There we go. With our weekly top 10.
It's weekly?
Yes.
Okay, news to me.
Draft prospects. News to me, too.
Okay.
I just made it up. But we do have, you mentioned yesterday, the day before, are we just going to be talking about Sam Vecini all the time now? Yes, we are. Starting today, we have Sam Vecini in The Athletic, his top 10 prospects. Now, I haven't seen a lot of any of these players yet, which is fine. But I say that because, Jay, I want to invite you, like I need to invite you, to chime in with anything you have on any of these players. Some of these players I've noticed already, they've kind of filtered down towards the lower reaches of these ranks, where earlier, at least according to Tankathon, they were higher up. So right now, the Kings, as of right now, they could only pick, they get a top 4 shot, right? That'd be the worst they could get.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right
that's
now.
the worst they could get, and things could change. But we'll start at 10. 10 right now. And the thing that I really like is the age of these players.
Yeah.
Guard from Louisville. I know we had talked about him being higher a few weeks ago. 20 years old. He's 6'4", Mikael Brown Jr.
I'm interested. I know people are like, another point guard, but he's 6'5".
Yeah.
He's a little taller.
Yeah. And doesn't that say a lot about this class of a guy of his caliber is 10th right now?
Yeah, it does. And I'll throw one in who's probably not going to be in the top 10. Mr. Acuff. Arkansas.
Really?
He's not in the top 10, right?
He is 16th.
Yeah, there you go.
19-year-old from Arkansas, 6'1", yeah.
Another baller.
Okay.
That was the honorable mention.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Top 10.
9th, Hans Steinbach from Washington. He's 6'9.5". He's 20 years old, and I'm not real familiar with him.
Yeah, he's the one I haven't really paid too much attention to. Well, as far as top 10 lists, and I haven't seen him this high yet either. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is, there's probably no way this is true, but I'm going to say that he's Terry Steinbach's kid.
Let's go with it.
Okay.
Until they send us a cease and desist.
Yeah. Remember, we're going to say that, but it's not true.
No, allegedly.
Right. Number 8, I have heard of this kid from Michigan, Yaxel Lendeborg.
And a riser.
6'8.5". He is 23.
Yep.
He's the oldest guy in the top 10. Number 7, and I think TC has mentioned this, forward from Arizona, 6'8", 19 years old, Koa Pete.
He's long, lengthy, plays more back to the basket. For me, not sure if he's going to be able to extend the shooting outside the three-point territory. And I'm not sold so much on his athleticism yet.
All right.
Yeah, I think he's not slow and plodding, but compared to what I'm looking for as a Sacramento King, which is high-flying, athletic, just jump off the page type of guy, I'm not sure if he's that yet. For me, that's for me.
What do you think of this guy, Jay? He's 6th this week in Vecini's top 10. He is 6'10", big from Kentucky, 19 years old. Jaden Quaintance.
He's the one that, when you look at the draft, I'm not exactly sure if people know where to slot him because he's coming off of a terrible knee surgery and he's just now getting back. But if you look at what he did last year, hence at another school, he was a beast. He was a baller. And people were looking at him as a top 3, 4, top 5 guy, which he's still right there, and that's coming off a major injury. So
Right.
I don't know, if he can crack the top 5 or if he's going to fall down. I think we're all trying to figure out, how he can bounce back as far as health-wise.
Well, he's right there at number 6 on this week's list. Number 5 from Houston.
Host presence, too.
6'4", guard, 19 years old, Kingston Flemings.
Yeah. Have you seen Kingston play yet?
No.
I haven't seen enough of him. He's kind of a trying to figure out guy for me on the verge of, do I like him? Do I dislike him? I don't really have a good opinion on Kingston. But I do know a lot of people like Kingston.
I know that the Kings, it's not like they're in any position here when the draft comes to say, well, we need a guy at this position or that position. I understand that. If you can draft a guy and you already like the guy you have at that position, that's all right. You draft him and figure it out. But I do think they would love, given what we know of their plan going forward, they'd love a little bit more size, a classic 3-and-D wing type.
Have you seen Kingston play?
No.
Opportunity? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
got a
seen
lot
him
of
enough.
homework to do on
Yeah,
this, I
definitely.
confess. 4th on the list, a 6'8" wing from North Carolina. 19 years old, Caleb Wilson.
Yeah, I like Caleb. I really do. A lot of people are talking about this as a 4-man draft now because of Caleb's, upswing. And coming into the season, people knew he was a baller, but I think he's kind of, separated himself from Koa Peace, Michael Browns, the JQs. Fleming seems to be rising too, so I'm not exactly sure, but I think people are talking about this as being a 4-person draft.
Boy, it would be great to get another pick in this draft. I don't know how you do that when every team in the league recognizes there's some good players in this draft, but if there's any way, it'd be awesome.
Acuff at 16?
Yeah.
A baller.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, brother.
But he's a guard. I'm more interested in a little more size, but like we said, he's a player and he's there. I got to take him.
I'm just going to say, Whitey, hold on
I need
now.
players.
There you go. Thank you. You corrected yourself. I was going to get ready to tell you, at this point, you take whoever you believe is the best player at that time when you're drafted.
True, but you know this. If the Kings ended up taking with the first pick anybody who's 6'1" or 6'2", fans are going to say, I didn't think Monty was running the draft anymore.
Well, I would disagree in the form of no one at 6'1", 6'2" is at the top of this draft. Mm-hmm. If they were, and it was, we all thought consensus.
Your boy Acuff.
Yeah, but he's not close to a top guy. I'm just saying, if the Kings are at 16 and you pass on Acuff, then I got a problem. But if you're at 4 and you take him, then yeah, come on.
On this list, I will say let's see, who are the? I don't want these guys aren't short. Fleming's 5th is 6'4". Brown is 6'4". Acuff is the only guy who's under 6'4" in the top 16.
He's tiny.
Yeah, in the top
6'1".
Yeah, in the top 20. Christian Anderson is 20th. He's 6'2". But that brings us to the top 3. Right now, we have a guy who I think he has risen to the top of some lists. He's still 3rd on this list. 6'9", 18-year-old from Duke, which I'm trying hard not to hold against him. Cameron Boozer.
That's his one flaw for me. No, I'm lying.
Perhaps, we're nitpicking here.
Yeah.
The Kings would do backflips to get him, but I don't know. The athleticism perhaps is not what the other 2 players above him
I think so.
have. Yeah.
I think so. He's steady Eddie, man. He's his father.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be probably an all-star handful of times. But was Carlos Boozer ever, he was right there, but he wasn't an all-star. He wasn't a superstar.
Carlos Boozer got dunked on by Ronnie Price. That's
all
I
over.
know about
That's all
Carlos
you care about.
Boozer.
All right. Well,
yeah.
Say that if his son comes here. We'll see how it works out. But no, I truly think, Whitey, that, and I've been a proponent, I hope the Kings get the 3rd pick. I know it sounds crazy.
Really?
Yeah, because I don't want to go down the history of the Marvin Bagley move. I don't want the nervous Purvis. I think you have 3 solid guys, and however you see fit, I'd rather it fall to me, and I know that's a cop-out. If I'm making a pick, then different, but you just never know right now. I'd rather the Kings play it safe, or not play it, but get lucky and take number 3.
So 3rd, the pick is kind of made for you, is
yes.
what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Number 2, from Kansas.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Sam Vecini's got DP number 2.
He does.
Okay.
Number 1, 6'9", 19-year-old from BYU. Jay's guy. He's been at the top of Jay's list for months now.
Yeah.
He's been at the top of Jay's list since he was in the 5th grade.
Yes, sir.
AJ DeBanza.
Yeah, I like him. Brother.
Mm-hmm. Some of the concerns I had about him earlier in the season, it looks like they haven't been an issue with him. I'm talking specifically about a looser handle. Doesn't look like it's been an issue for him as the college season has gotten underway.
Yeah, he's dominating. And in college right now, I'd like to see you dominate. Darren Peterson dominating. Carlos, Lord Jesus. Boozer is dominating, I think, to a certain extent. But Darren Peterson, who's coming off 32 points last night and just balling, and I know a lot of people are talking about the fact that, he could be injured. Something's going on in Kansas. We don't really know. Bill Self said in the post game that he pulled himself because he felt a little twinge in the leg.
Yeah.
So we just don't know what's going on. But for me, my money, AJ looks like he is the truth. He's explosive. His mid-range game is potent. He's a tough shot maker, a great shot creator. I think for me, I don't know if he's ever going to shoot, 38% from behind the arc, but he is capable of hitting it. Another part, he makes people around him a lot better. His passing is a little better than I thought coming into it.
That's huge.
And that, yeah.
Especially in this system that the Kings are saying
For
they
sure.
want to play going forward. Has Kyle Draper seen much of these players?
Nah, you know why? Because he's out there playing golf.
Well, we'll give him a chance to share any views he may have. Drape's takes today? I don't know. Are they done? Are we ever going to have them again? We'll find out next. Sactown Sports.
This is the Drive Guys.
January 12th.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
This is the Drive Guys. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Sactown Sports 49ers report is brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, located beside the Vacaville outlets. The 49ers lose the season finale on Saturday night at home to Seattle 13-3. With the win, Seattle wins the division and gets the number 1 seed in the playoffs. As for San Francisco with the result, they fall to the number 6 seed in the playoffs. And because of that, the Niners now will have to travel to Philly for a first-round playoff game. You can catch that game this Sunday beginning at 1 o'clock right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's Renter's Insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Well, big news around here today and yesterday. We found out today Kayla Anderson's going to be joining the station. Yesterday, we found out that Alan Stiles is going to be moving in to the Drive Guys. Alan Stiles is with us in the chat, Jay. Alan Stiles says,
Is he?
Someone told me Darren Peterson looks like Bradley Beal, and now I'm kind of out.
Dog,
Stiles.
you ain't got to be at the big table yet, brother. We haven't, you still got the kitty plate with the separations on the trays yet, brother. We ain't invited you up here yet.
One of the most amazing things Alan said yesterday when it was announced he was going to be on the show, he said, well, now Draper cannot dodge me. Did you hear that? I'm not making that up.
I did not hear that.
Kyle Draper would not do a crossover with me. He said, now he's going to have to face me. You can run, but you can't hide, Kyle Draper. And I know I make things up, but I'm not making that up.
I like that. I like that flavor. We might have somebody who can answer that question, but before then, I'm going to ask him because I already know I know where he's coming from.
Yeah.
Now that your replacement has been named, Drapes, is he like the Bronny James? Is he Bryce? Or like, where is he at?
I was waiting. Exactly. He's my son. You know what I mean? He's junior, if you will. I'm happy for Allen. He got big shoes to fill. It's like filling it when LeBron retires, Jordan. You know what he is? He's the Pete Myers to my Michael Jordan. He's going to give it the old college try. He's going to do his best, but fall just a little short.
No, you can't even give Trent Tucker or nobody. Craig Hodges.
Exactly. No, excited, man. So you guys start together Monday, huh?
That's yes. And I kid you not, he did say that. He said, now I'll get to talk to Draper. Draper can't dodge me anymore. So we look forward to that.
You know what would be dope, Drapes? And I know you wouldn't do this, but if you came on, well, he's listening now, so now we can't do it. But if you had came on and every time he asked you a question, you just went silent for like 5-10 seconds, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, Whitey asked a question. Yeah, Whitey, absolutely, man. Like,
you know what I would say? I would treat him like a kid at the kids' table. Children are to be seen, not heard. You know what I mean? So I will say this though, for Whitey's sake, though, in all honesty, this is an exciting time, and the best thing that Whitey gets out of this, he doesn't have to do all the work anymore. Alan's going to actually help. You know me, I was like AI. We talking about practice? Talking about, dude, not the game. We talking, so at least Whitey will have somebody that can help him with the shit.
Oh,
so,
thank you. Yeah. Looking forward to that. Hey, are you still doing Drape's takes? It's like the beam. We just don't, we know it's around, but I ain't seen it or heard it in a while.
Nah, because let's keep it real. Drape's takes is my reaction to the game.
Right.
As a Kings employee, somebody that got to put food on the table here in the Draper household. When you're losing as much, you don't want to give hot takes. I'm not in a position to give the Drapes takes. Now, if we were winning, I could be like, yeah, look at my boy Keon Ellis. Look at this. Look. I mean, I can always deliver a take, but I don't want to force it, man. It's tough right now. The losing is taking a toll on everybody. And so what can you say time and time again, after it's pretty much the same script, really. Jay, give me my music. You know what? I got to take. Give me my music. Give me
calm down. Take it easy, man. Just take it easy.
Took Jay
Here's
a
the
while
thing,
to find
fellas.
it.
I can't take it easy, Whitey, because that was a fantastic game last night. The first half, they came out, played exactly how we wanted to see. And you can't tell me, well, because we got veterans, they can't do it. They showed in the first half they could do it. It wasn't the young guys. It was the veterans out there. DeMar making plays, Zach making plays, Russ making plays. Then they ran out of gas. And so when I look at it, and they say it takes a while to break people's habits, if you will. But what's happening in all these games, Whitey, and you see it too, we'll have a spurt where we play the way we should, and then we resort back to the ISO ball. And the problem I'm seeing with the Sacramento Kings right now, we got too many guys that's going for the hero shot. That's, I'm going to make the play. Instead of trusting the system. We saw the last play. Doug called the play, and DeMar talked about it. Zach, you can't have two guys rushing to the ball to get it. Stick to the play. And so what that shows me is when times are tough, when times are getting difficult, we're not relying on the system. We're not relying on each other. And Dennis Schroeder talked about it. We're not relying on our brothers out there. And that's the biggest issue for the Sacramento Kings now. To me, it seems like a lack of trust in your teammates and at times in the coaching staff also. There's no way that last play, because the camera, by that time I came home, the camera panned over to Doug and he called the play.
Yeah.
He called it, and he didn't have any timeout, so he called the play. And you see DeMar and Zach both run to the same spot. And so at some point, the fellas got to start trusting themselves and the coaches as well, instead of trying to do it all on their own shoulders. Russell Westbrook taking that three, against Anthony Davis. I get it, Russ, you're a Hall of Famer. But the Kings as a team, we are much better, as we saw in that first half. We play together as a unit instead of just relying on each individual to go out there and do it. That's what I saw last night, White. There ain't a whole lot more to really talk about because they had the game. Even when Dallas made the run to get back in it, that happens in the NBA. So I'm not going to stress over that. But the final possession is a microcosm of what's going on with this team. The guys' hearts are in the right direction. They want to do well. It reminds me of Allen Iverson, who I'm a big fan of. Shout out to AI. But Allen Iverson's way of helping the team in getting a win was to score the basketball. He couldn't adapt his game and say, I'm gonna be the decoy and set up everybody else. It was, I need to go out there and get 50. And I felt like last night, the guys, said, I'm going to do this. I'm going to make the big shot. I'm going to make the big play instead of, just trusting each other out there. That's what I saw. That's all I really got. I don't need the box score for that game last night, Whitey. I don't know if you want to pull up 3-point shooting, turnovers. It wasn't a box score game, I didn't think, last night.
Let's see. Lead changes 11, Drapes. There were 11 lead changes last night. Yeah.
You had to pull something.
We got it.
He had to pull something.
Two things to what you said, if I may. The first is, as you were talking about Allen Iverson, when the Sixers came back to Sacramento the first time after the Chris Webber trade, it was clear that they all wanted to give C-Web a chance to show, everybody here, you'd made a mistake. And Allen Iverson, it was the only time I ever saw him where he was clearly, it's like, I'm a facilitator tonight. One time, he was phenomenal, Drapes. He was really good at it that one night, and I'll never forget that. But you're absolutely right. The other thing is, as far as the last play last night, it concerns me a little bit when you're trying to create an environment in which you're showing the younger players, this is how it's done. When you have, your veterans and they're not running a play. I know it happens in the NBA. It's not the end of the world. But Jay and I talked about this earlier. That made me cringe a little bit. That shouldn't happen. It's kind of a learning opportunity. And then to have the guy who should be teaching them kind of run the wrong play, to me, it was unfortunate at the very least.
Yeah, unfortunate. And, I will say this about DeMar. If you watched his floor game yesterday, he played a phenomenal floor game.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the clutch. I think he's so used to being the guy, being an all-time clutch performer. And so that's when, one of those times where even though Doug called the play, you wish they had a timeout to really draw it up.
Yeah.
And really, because it was kind of frenetic there at the end, the players were looking at the coaches, and then, eventually Doug calls the play. And I think.
Oh, are we losing Drapes? Losing the
You know what
Drape
that
line?
mean? I mean, somebody called.
Oh.
That's what that is. If he's using his phone.
Did
that's
Alan
what number
Stiles
means.
call him?
He might have. Might got a little beef with him. I don't blame him. It's part of the game. But no, it's interesting to hear what Drapes talks about when he said it's not a box score game last night. It was more or less, an NBA game. Those things happen, runs happen. And so I find that it very interesting as Drapes is back. Must have got a golf call.
You got a tee time for tomorrow now, Drapes?
Yeah.
Nah. You know what? What's so crazy about that? I can still hear and see you guys. Like when that happens. For some reason, I just go blank. Like
you must got
my screen.
You must got us like blocked or something on your phone.
Hey, you know how Bonneville is. Shit, I had to fill out a whole new W-9 just to get paid for these segments. I'm like, why do I got to fill out extra paperwork? I've been an employee for 2 years. Don't you got my social security number in the system? So don't get me started on that.
I have a question.
We not, man. We not.
Seriously though, right? Like this me. I'm in the system. I got the right deposit. Just put the check through. I didn't understand it, man.
You're on the outside looking in, fella.
Yeah. What is your bigger concern? Is it dysfunction on the Eagles' offense or their inability to stop the run? What worries you more?
Why you got to say it both like that? Dysfunction on the Eagles' offense. Nah, I wouldn't call it that, Whitey. My biggest concern, I'm not worried about us defensively. I'm not. First of all, y'all ain't got no receivers that scare the Philadelphia Eagles.
I'm texting Kendrick Bourne right now.
I don't even know if he playing. Y'all ain't got
maybe
nobody.
50-50.
Yeah.
Hey, and Brock Purdy with that rag arm, he ain't throwing no deep balls, so we ain't worried about that. So the only way the Niners win this game is if CMC has an impact running and catching the ball. Mm-hmm. So if I'm the Eagles defense, I'm keying on CMC. Make Jawan Jennings beat one-on-one coverage. Make 80-year-old George Kittle act like he can still do some things. So I'm not worried. My biggest concern, and we saw it last couple weeks against Buffalo, the inability of the offense. 1 minute, the offense looks all world. The next, it's like, how do you not get a first down the entire second half against Buffalo?
You're good.
So that's my concern. We got weapons. We got talent. I don't know what it is, but, that's my concern. Yeah. And one of my biggest concerns is this Niners team only scored 3 points last week. So, they're going to be hungry. This offense going to want to come out and make a statement. So I'm hoping it's not a high scoring game because first half our offense can look great. And then, I don't know what happens, man. We're Jekyll and Hyde.
What's the it's interesting you said that because I was going to ask you, what's the sweet spot? What's the number that wins this game in your mind, Drapes?
I think the Eagles got to get in the 20s at least. Like,
you think 21 wins it?
Nah, I'm going to say 24 gets it done.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, I don't see them holding the Niners 2 weeks in a row like the Niners did against Seattle. They're going to score more than 3 points. I got to imagine Kyle Shanahan is going to throw the whole kit and caboodle. Like, he's going to coach his butt off this week in terms of offensive play calling. And they're going to have some new wrinkles that I think the Eagles won't be prepared for. But
I like it.
Yeah, I'm being honest.
Sound like I smell a little fear on your neck over there in Folsom.
Yeah, definitely.
Nah, I'm good, man. I'm good. That House of Horrors known as the Link, we'll be all right. But no, we got to score some points too. This ain't, Seattle where you could score, but the time of possession game going to be huge too. That's what happened last week against Seattle.
Yeah,
they may only have scored 13 points, but they had sustained drives and they made stops when they need to. I think it's going to be a great game, man.
I think given the 49ers, they're pulling linebackers off the streets, I think the Eagles, they may explode for like 17 points, Jay. I think it's going to be a big explosion.
Yeah. Fireworks.
and that might be enough against, that woeful offense.
Drapes, we had
Let me ask you guys this, because you got your 49ers underoos. Are you worried about the defense of the Niners?
Yes.
True,
absolutely.
The Eagles' offense looks bad sometimes, but against this defense,
all the time,
they actually might be able to have a consistent effort all throughout.
And what worries me more than anything is Jalen Hurts running the ball.
Absolutely.
And I worry that the 49ers, when it comes to it, will not be able to stop that.
Well, it's been something that's been an Achilles heel for them for years, going back to Russell, going back to Pat Mahomes. There's so many different. Kyler Murray has cut up the 49ers a few times. Mm-hmm. They have issues with running quarterbacks, and it's just the way their defense is set. And then now, as Whitey's been talking about, instead of pro bowlers, they've literally had to go get bowlers who are professional bowlers.
Yeah.
At linebacker to play. You know what I do think the 49ers, and it's crazy as it sounds, I've kind of pinpointed this, Drapes. One of the things that Purdy has struggled with is bad weather, right? And Cuz has talked about Gargano. Anthony Gargano came on the show today, and he talked about it's going to be a fantastic 55.
But then he did say it might be a little wet, that's the
problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Yeah. And so he also said it could be balmy, right? If it's balmy and it's a little precipitation in the air, Brock Purdy has said himself, I don't throw the ball well in water. Mm-hmm. I'm a little afraid of that now at Wednesday compared to what I was last week, because you look at the degrees and like 55. Oh, that's perfect. That's San Francisco. That's Santa Clara. So I am a little worried about that.
I just pulled up the weather app. I don't know if you guys on the YouTube stream can see it, but Sunday, because remember I was on a couple days ago and it was like partly cloudy. Mm-hmm. Now Sunday, 54 and 80% chance of rain.
Yeah. Does it say morning, noon, after, night? What is that?
I got you right here, big fella.
Meteorologist.
Mm-hmm. Nah, it won't be that bad in the afternoon in terms of rain. It should taper off. But if I'm Brock Purdy, what I'm worried about, it's a 1 o'clock kickoff here, right?
Right.
So it's 4 something there.
4:30.
4:30.
So the 54 high is at 1 p.m. When it comes kickoff out there, it's about 44 degrees.
Nobody worried about that, man. Come on, stop trying to create an angle. It's about the water. Look at him trying to create the angle as he goes to, one of his fans call him. But come on. Look at that. Now, come on, Whitey.
Yeah.
You see what Eagle fans do?
Yeah. I know. I know.
And truly, I'm going to wait till he comes back on. Truly.
We lost him again?
Yeah, we lost him. But truly.
No, you got me now, back. Right?
Okay, yeah. Yes.
Truly, Eagles fans.
I see what happens. Anytime I make a good point about the Eagles, I see.
Cut you off on the under. I got a button. I see Eagles fans masking the fact that they're scared of the 49ers this week. And you know why?
They are a little bit.
Yeah, it's not, and follow me here, Drapes. It's not the fact that Shanahan or Purdy or the 49ers are a decent or an average team, whatever you want to call them. It's the unexpected. Mm-hmm. I don't think the Eagle fans, and quite frankly, we don't know what the 49ers are going to be able to do.
They just remember the spanking they got in November of 23.
Oh, you know what that's all about.
Yeah. They'll never forget
I'll say
that.
This.
Yeah.
This was the matchup the Eagles wanted. They rested everybody. They wanted to avoid the Rams, Jay. They didn't want the Rams were still in play at the time. And so they were like, you know what? Let me look here. Oh, the Niners and all those injuries? Come on, man. They're not a great running game. You talked about it, Whitey. The Eagles run defense, at times can give up. But the Niners ain't been able to run, really. We're not worried. And what's up with Trent Williams? Is Trent going to be out there? Brock Purdy,
he'll be fine.
I'm telling you.
He'll be fine.
He better watch out. Brock Purdy better watch out. That defensive line that front seven, they're going to come after him. So we're not worried, man. Come on now,
Well, your
Jay.
boy,
I have to do a friendly wager on this one, big
absolutely. Ain't nobody running from none of that. Like I said, the Lane Johnson is back, and
false start.
Yeah, he's a huge cheater. He jumps, but
we missed him.
Right, I was gonna say he plays a huge part for the Philadelphia Eagles.
He may be back.
Yeah, allegedly.
He's practicing.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Right.
So we'll see about all that. Yeah.
My inside story. No, when you look at the ground game and lack of a Saquon Barkley, huge game, like Lane Johnson is a big part of that. And to your point earlier, I think Jalen Hurts running the ball might be the key, though.
Yeah. I do.
Because he adds a different dynamic. Like, 3rd and 4, now you got to worry about him running. And I've seen him run more recently, and they've been talking about it on the broadcast. It almost reminded me, you guys remember Donovan McNabb, and this is a little different, but McNabb was a scrambling quarterback. Then Rush Limbaugh went on TV and talked, and so he wanted to prove that he's a pocket passer. But that was to the detriment of the team. So if I'm Jalen Hurts, my mind is whatever it takes to win. If I got to run 10 times, so be it. If I got to run to move the chains, so be it. Whatever it takes to win. You ain't got nothing to prove, big fella. We know you're a Super Bowl champion. We know you're great. So hopefully he's not in his head about wanting to be perfect pocket passer, man, because his running ability, he's a big quarterback too. Let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
So I think that's huge, man.
The 49ers couldn't even pick up a stop on 3rd and 17 when Seattle ran a toss.
Man.
So I could see Jalen Hurts is going to be a handful on 3rd down.
Yeah.
Can I ask you another Kings question?
Yeah. Cool.
I want to ask you about a player that is really drawn a lot of attention, Dylan Cardwell. I think we've talked about him before. He was in, he was out, but he's a very unique player. What do you make of Dylan Cardwell and his role with the team going forward?
I will say that from day one, the coaches were high on this guy.
Mm-hmm.
I remember being at practice, and I was talking to Doug, and I saw the same things they saw and that you're seeing. He's just in the right place. Like, he doesn't give up on plays. He's trying to block everything. He's diving on the ground. He's providing energy. I love it, man. And I would not be surprised. This is just me saying. Hopefully, he becomes the Keon Ellis, Isaac Jones, getting that two-way contract converted at some point, because I'm not sure how many games he has left or anything like that. But, this is a dude you want to keep in your organization and develop. And I think he's already proven he could be a solid backup in this league. Like, he provides some things. So I love it, man. I love watching him play. Great kid, too. Amazing kid. When I talked to him, did I tell you guys the story? I don't think I told you guys this story. This was early on in camp, maybe in preseason. And I was talking to him, and he's like, when I first saw you, I thought you were somebody important. Like, meaning you looked important. No, I mean, I am important, Whitey and Jay. Y'all know that? But he's like, I see you in the suits and everything. And so it's like, that came off as a backhanded compliment. That came off wrong.
There you go.
But it was like he was looking at me as somebody maybe he needs to impress or show out for or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's sort of a big kid. The innocence that he plays with, man, I think is huge for this team.
Yo, Drapes, I know you can't speak to, trading or him coming to Sacramento, but give me a take on Rob Dillingham. What's your thoughts on how he has progressed, or the lack thereof progression in the NBA? Hearing some whispers about him, being available, and please don't talk about him coming this way. But what's your take on him as a ball player, and do you see a future? Is it just because he hasn't had an opportunity? Remember, he was highly sought after. The Timberwolves moved some assets to get him.
Yep.
Like, what's your take on Dillingham?
So I got to watch him. I watched some Kentucky games when he was there. He's a certified bucket getter. In fact, my son Nick, that's like one of his top 5 favorite players in the league.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know why, but honestly, I think it might be a little too slight a frame, fellas. He's a little too small. Like, I think he's smaller than Trae Young.
Really?
In terms of Yes, yes. In terms of length, build and everything. Like I just think he's, too small. Maybe at best he's a specialist off the bench. Like think about it like this: he had a tremendous college career, but I look at a guy like Emmanuel Quickly. I look at players like that who are really good offensive players, but they really haven't found their, potential in the NBA. Good players. I view Rob Dillingham in that same regard. I think he'll be a solid player, but why is it that Minnesota's looking for a point guard?
Right.
You got Rob Dillingham right there.
Right.
You got a lottery pick sitting right there, but yet they're shopping for a point guard. So I think he's a special, like an offensive specialist. I don't know about. I think the days of the small guards, fellas, like the NBA's changed. You need length and size out there, especially defensively, and he just lacks that right now.
Drapes, what you said speaks to one of the problems the Kings face here going forward. And again, we're not going to talk about any particular players, but you have the Kings looking maybe to acquire some players. Everybody who's available, there's a reason they're available, right? So, you got to take that into account. You're rolling the dice on a lot of these guys.
Yeah. One thing, and I read the Anthony Slater article, and great job by Slate. Saw him today at the gym, as a matter of fact. One of the things Scott Perry talked about is wanting to get youth.
Yeah.
And I was driving around and I was thinking, man, if I was Scott, I don't think I'd want anybody over 25, to be honest with you. 26 maybe. I like, if we're going to do this the right way, let's just, really build, not look for a quick, somebody that could come in right now and be the man. Like really build and develop. And so I don't know what Scott's plans are, but it sounds like he's in it for the long haul. Like he's going to really build it. Like he's not looking for the quick, fix here at the trade deadline. So we'll see, man. But that's what I was thinking earlier.
Drapes, before we let you go, real fast, in that same article, and I found it very interesting, the lack of accountability from player to player that Dennis Schroeder and saying prior to him being here, was Dennis in your mind and the Russell Westbrooks of the world, were they brought here to kind of play that role and assist in setting the foundation in your mind of moving forward, player policing, as I like to say?
I wonder how much. I don't know if Dennis is a player police kind of guy. He's a competitor against the opponent. You know what I mean? And like he'll get after it in that regard. I have noticed, Russ, whether it's at practice, like he's very vocal at practice, speaking up, that kind of thing. So I think you bring in a guy like Russell Westbrook for that reason. Like you guys know, we've been around the Kings for a while. A lot of times the locker room, the practice, the players are very quiet. Well, Russ isn't quiet. He's asking questions. He's taking guys off to the side. So I think leadership in that regard, like if you want to police somebody, you get a Dylan Brooks or Marcus Smart or somebody that's just ornery in the locker room. I was there when Kevin Garnett was there, and when he walked in the locker room, everybody stood at attention. You could be laughing and joking. KG walks in, you straightening up like an aura about him, And so I think maybe that's, what they're looking for, somebody that, isn't going to accept less than, 100% effort every night.
All right, Drapes, we appreciate it. We will talk to you soon. If we don't talk to you beforehand, enjoy the game this Sunday.
Oh, yeah. We'll talk on Monday, that's for sure. Best believe, even if I'm not scheduled, I'm calling in on Monday. So we'll talk then.
All right, Drapes, thank you.
All right, guys. Take care.
Yeah, when we come back, we don't know who the Kings will trade for, but we know who they're interested in, and we'll look at that when we come back. Jay and I, Drive Guys.
This is the Drive, baby. Alan Stiles says farewell to the middays. Afternoons, here he comes. Beginning January 12th.
It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and now Alan Stiles. Kings, Niners, NFL. Alan's college baseball stats and Major League Baseball talk. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on your number one sports station in Sacramento. Sactown Sports 1140.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Welcome to the Bar None Auction. Bar None Auction is selling thousands of items this Saturday, January 10th in Sacramento. Large farming and construction equipment, cars, trucks, and industrial supplies all sold to the highest bidder. Always open to the public. Visit barnoneauction.com.
So, guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options. Heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's TREX.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Blinded by the light.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
How about that? We got an edition of Drape's Takes after all. It's been a while.
Bullied him into it. I like it.
Yeah, and I understand why he hasn't been doing too many of those lately. But he did bring up a really interesting point, Jay, as we've been talking today about potential Kings trade partners and trade targets. And Rob Dillingham is a player that you brought up. There have been reports that Minnesota's not crazy about Rob Dillingham. There was, I mentioned James Ham, I believe it was a day or two ago, said maybe Malik Monk, Minnesota may have interest there. So maybe there's a match there. But maybe. That hasn't been reported. That's speculation on my part. Educated speculation. But then you just talked to Drapes about Rob Dillingham, and he says, he's pretty slight. The point is, Jay, whether he is or not, there's reasons why Minnesota's kind of cooled on him. And a lot of guys that the Kings may be looking at are younger players that their teams have probably decided, not what we thought. So every young player who's available, for the most part, is going to be somebody about whom you'd kind of be rolling the dice. There's a reason why these players are available.
Yeah, you make a great point, and you and Drapes, and I think you're spot on. And, I just continue to use the distressed asset phrasing because it truly is. To get a high-caliber player, I'm not sure the Kings have the assets when it comes to the players they want to give away. Now, of course, you can always spend draft capital, but I don't think Scott Perry is in that type of business. And so, yes, I really believe some of the players, and really let's just pinpoint Jonathan Kuminga. Like, some people around here and onlookers believe Jonathan Kuminga can be a fantastic player. But I think we can all agree that we don't know. And you never know with anyone, but there's been a lot of hesitation with Jonathan Kuminga because the very conversation that we're having is being had in Golden State. If you can't work with Steph Curry and Draymond and Steve Kerr and championship caliber organization, how are you going to work anywhere?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Here's what Slates wrote about that. And he is the player that we believe we know the Kings have interest in. Quote, 1 month prior to the deadline, 8 days before Jonathan Kuminga becomes trade eligible, Warriors have not made substantial movement toward getting a Kuminga trade in place. There have been plenty of conversations. The Kings remain the most interested suitor. And I think we talked about this not too long ago on today's show. Anthony Slater says that if you could get a third team involved, there are some issues as far as trading directly between the Kings and the Warriors and Kuminga going to Sacramento. But if you get a third team involved, maybe you could work around some of those hurdles. But it's a great point, Jay. And a lot of it depends on your scouts. You know, you have your scouts watching these guys. Well, what do you think of Dillingham or whomever? But you still don't know till you get them in the building. Right. I think one way you deal with that as a team that's trying to get younger and trying to rebuild, it's kind of like what tanking teams have done in the draft. Get as many picks as you can, and we're going to hit on some of them. And I think it's difficult because you don't have unlimited ability to bring players in, but you try to bring in, if you can, as many as of the young players as you can, hoping if we could bring in 3 or 4, maybe 1 or 2 are going to be good, and that's a win.
Yeah, I'm with you, and maybe that's the way to go. I wouldn't be opposed to that, direction for the Sacramento Kings. Not at all. I would love to see the Kings have a few darts to throw at the wall, because trying to hit on one when you only have one, that's the percentages probably don't pan out, especially for the Sacramento Kings. So I'm going to be interested to see how the Kings attack the availability of some of these younger players that were being here, some of the names that's being tossed around in the trade deadline, timing, the time frame, the Rob Dillinghams, the Ben Matherins. I've heard some.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the types of players we're talking about.
Those type of guys, Cam Thomas, guys who have flashed. Oh, Jonathan Kuminga, man, he looks good. He's great. Some good games under his belt. But for whatever reason, why is Brooklyn trading Cam Thomas? He's not on a huge deal. We know he can ball, but for whatever reason, there's just something else to be wanted from Cam Thomas, at least from the Brooklyn Nets' eye, and probably from a lot of the NBA circles too. Mm-hmm. And so those are the type of players I think you're going to have an opportunity to come across. You just hope you can hit on one, a la, and different times, and I've been the one to say we don't need to dive that far back, but a la Chris Webber. Chris was a beast because he was rookie of the year, but he just had some warts in other places. Maybe you're looking for that. Maybe you're looking for, a guy, Miles Bridges, the first person that comes to my head. But I don't think they're ready to move yet because they look like they're ready to compete for a play-in. So we'll see.
I'll give you an example of a team that really pulled this off very well. You go back just last year to when Indiana made it to the finals. And I know now with Tyrese Halliburton's injury, they're kind of retooling this year. But 2020 draft, the Indiana Pacers did not have a first-round pick. And yet last year when the Pacers went to the finals, they had in their rotation 3 first-round picks from the 2020 draft. They acquired them by other means. 2020, they did not have a first-round pick. When they went to the finals last year, they had 4 lottery picks from the 2020 draft, but they had 3 in the rotation. They had Halliburton, they had Nesmith, and they had Obi Toppin. So that's very well done. And that's the type of thing the Kings would love to be able to do. Find guys that other teams maybe thought they're going to be the guy. And maybe teams have decided, nah, they're not as good as we thought. And maybe, okay, but you know what? That player can fit what we want to do. We don't need him to be the guy. And Indiana did a great job of that last year.
Yeah, they did. They truly did. And it takes luck, takes skill, takes scouting. I know the scouting team this past year for the Sacramento Kings was revamped. A lot of people on the Kings scouting team is new and fresh and has a new set of eyes. So it'd be very interesting to kind of see. And I think we're just waiting for the ball to drop, Whitey. We're really just trying to wait to see what is the first move. Because you know how it is. You see one move and you're like, oh, that's Scott Perry's type of guy. Mm-hmm. Like we know R.J. Barrett, but we haven't seen none of that in the Kings uniform. So we're looking for something to kind of give us, a little inkling to what they're looking like, what they want to look like down the road. And that's the most interesting part for me is I'm waiting to see what the first shoe to drop is.
I think.
Really? What is it?
Mm-hmm. I think we got another clue as far as what type of player Scott Perry wants in this piece today. And this was hardly breaking news, but it is interesting to me, the terms and the way I should say that Scott Perry talked about Keegan. He said 6'8", 6'9", and a two-way player, extremely valuable. And I think they do see Keegan, given the commitment they gave him. Keegan is, for all the debate we have about is he that good or not, he's a guy that really fits what the Kings are trying to build towards.
Well, I'm with you, but I'm going to play a little devil's advocate here. Everybody in the NBA wants that. So that ain't telling me nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I look at that. My educated guess is you want a two-way guy. You want a 6'8", 6'9", long, athletic guy who can shoot. What else? Every person, every team in the NBA is looking for that.
A lot of teams are. Perry covets positional size and defensive versatility, sharing a belief with Coach Christie that they need to build a roster to better fit a fast-paced, physical approach. And Scott Perry says of Keegan, quote, obviously Keegan would flourish in that type of game.
Now that tells me a little something. Yeah. Now that, and I stopped you in the middle because, of course, we had read the article before coming to work. And I knew where you were diving a little deeper. Mm-hmm. And that's why I appreciate what Scott Perry does and what he's saying and being this accessible is because these are little nuggets every single time. It's like, follow it just a little bit. Just throw that crumb down there and follow me just a little bit, little Hansel and Gretel style, and I'm good for I'm good for that, Whitey. I'm very good. Little Red Riding Hood, Yeah. Just leave it there, brother.
Do you know one time we had a skunk in our house? And we called animal control. Yeah, it got in through the ductwork, and it was in my daughter's room. And I was in the room with them because I thought something's going on. And the skunk was under the bed when I was in my daughter's room with my two daughters. I could hear it under there, and I said, "Oh, let's get out of here." And nothing happened. Closed the door. Eventually, we had to call animal control. I bring this up because animal control said the guy comes creeping in. He's like, "Well, what we have to do is drop breadcrumbs down the hallway out the door and hope that the skunk will eat them and then it will let itself out."
Skunks eat breadcrumbs?
That was the plan, but luckily the skunk had found its own way out back through the ductwork and was gone and wasn't in the room anymore.
Dude, I will say, man, you're like Dr. Doolittle, brother.
Oh, yeah, a lot
of
critters.
You've had some, all throughout the house.
Woods. Yeah.
Bonafide Bambi scenery over there.
Jay, I think you'll like this when we come back, courtesy of Matt Barrows. Which 49er is most likely to get into a fight with Big Dom? That's next on Sactown Sports.
The Sactown Sports 1140 newsletter right to your email. Get your latest on the Sacramento Kings, athletics, and Republic FC with the Sactown Sports 1140 newsletter. Visit SactownSports.com to join.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can make this your strongest year yet. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, January 9th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CRV, HRV, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes. Upgrade and save today at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
The Drive Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Which 49er is most likely to pick a fight with Big Dom? We'll look at that in just a minute here. Matt Barrows broke that down today in The Athletic. Before we get to that, Jay, I want to just check the latest rookie ladder, Kia rookie ladder by Steve Ashburner, NBA.com. Top 10 rookies as of right now in the race for Rookie of the Year. How's Maxime Reynaud doing here? 1, Cooper Flagg. What'd you think of Cooper Flagg last night?
I thought he was pretty good.
He made one incredible shot with his left hand. He's phenomenal. It's just, Dallas was a pretty good team, and then they hit the lottery jackpot last year. I mean, I know they had a lot of injuries. They have some talent.
Yeah.
Say they're a pretty good team might be an exaggeration, but they had some good players. They got the number 1 pick, and they hit on it, and still this year they're kind of struggling.
Yeah,
so
just shows.
Exactly.
You need a little more than that.
Exactly. 1, Cooper Flagg. 2, Con Knuppel. 3, VJ Edgecombe. 4, Derek Queen. 5, Cedric Coward, Memphis Grizzlies.
Wow.
6, Dylan Harper. 7, Maxime Reynaud.
Okay.
Yeah.
The French baguette, what do you call him?
The big baguette.
The big baguette.
Yeah. Let's see. He was 8th last time, so up to 7th. Then they got Jeremiah Fears, Igor Demin, and Trey Johnson. So.
Okay, my cousin.
Mm-hmm. I'm hearing some people now are getting a little antsy about Neek Clifford. Like, how come Maxime's doing so well and Neek is a little up and down? Because he's not playing that much.
Right.
He's got to get a chance to play.
Got to get into the routine, the habit of, knowing I'm going to play 12, 15, 20 minutes a game. And, the routine has just not been there for Neek. It's been a little bit up and down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hopefully by March, at least by March, he will have, if not a starting spot, a regular rotational spot. Then I think we'll get a clear idea. I think right now you watch him play and he's just like, I'm sorry, what are we doing
trying
now?
to figure it out.
Yeah.
It's flipped, huh? It's like Max we started with that. I'm like, man, where's Max at? And Neek was playing decent and playing well at certain points in times. It's just completely flipped upside down.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Which 49er, this is from Matt Barrow's mailbag, is most likely to step into Dre Greenlaw's former role of picking a fight with Big Dom? That is a great question. I remember the day after that happened talking with Kyle Draper about Big Dom. I remember saying, Big Dom needs to be suspended.
Yeah.
No, he didn't do anything.
Travesty that you're going to talk to Big Dom like that and approach him the holy grail of the Lincoln. Come on, man. Pipe down.
Matt Barrow says, I love this question. I was wondering the same thing. Here's the list in order.
Number 1.
He's got 5. I'll start at 5.
Oh, okay, because number 1 I think is easy.
Number 5, he has Garrett Wallow, linebacker. He says, this is not a joke. Wallow is a newcomer, but it hasn't stopped him from being physical, chippy, chirpy on kickoffs and punts. Keep an eye on number 49. There's a surprise.
Okay.
Number 4, Trent Williams.
Definitely.
If the game gets chippy in the fourth quarter and there is high potential for that Sunday, it wouldn't be a surprise to see Williams start tossing Philadelphia defensive backs as if they were made of straw, just like he did in the 2022 playoffs.
He's on the top 5 for sure.
Number 3, Upton Stout.
Really?
That's what Matt Barrow says.
Okay.
49ers rookie is about an 8.89 on the feistiometer.
All right.
Which is why coaches like him so much. Number 2 is Juwan Jennings.
He's not number one?
He's number 2.
Oh, come on.
Juwan Jennings sometimes blocks opponents so vigorously they wind up in the Gatorade cooler section of the sideline, which is Big Dom's domain. Number 1, according to Matt Barrows, the 49er most likely
Let me think about it.
Pick a fight with Big Dom.
Let me take a guess real fast.
Okay.
Jair Brown.
That is not correct.
Malik Mustafa.
That is not correct.
Demo?
Yes. With Debo and Greenlaw gone, Diamador Lenore takes over the title of 49ers player most likely to get into a pregame, postgame, or in-game scrap.
Really?
Which he nearly did several times Saturday against the Seahawks, Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Yeah, that a little different, though.
Yeah.
He was, you could tell he was ticked off that people felt like Jackson was going to do him dirty.
Mm-hmm.
You know, JSN is this and he's that. And Demo carries himself as a lockdown, shutdown, number 1 corner for sure. And not just for the 49ers, throughout the league.
Troy Aikman was kind of critical of him.
Yeah, he was, and I don't know why.
I don't know why he's talking about shutting people down. He didn't even play man. He's in his zone playing safety.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the way the league goes right now.
Yeah,
right? You know, no longer are there people who shadow wide receivers for the most part. And I'm just saying it'll happen here and there, but the best of the best don't do it anymore. And even half the time, some of the people we considered the best didn't do it as well. So, you know, guys are getting passes and they're great and they're Hall of Famers and they deserve to be. But Demo does a fantastic job. One of the bright spots throughout this season for me is Demo's play.
Mm-hmm.
You paid him big time shutdown corner money, and he has lived up to every single dollar this year.
Yeah, especially when you've lost so many of your other playmakers
Absolutely.
already defensively. Matt Barrows, by the way, says the only shot the 49ers have of winning, is by dominating the run game. The key stat might be 49ers rushing attempts. If it's in the mid-30s, they have a shot. And he points out that, do you know how many rushing attempts they had against Seattle?
I don't remember.
12.
Abandoned.
Mm-hmm.
Abandoning the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, Kyle. Get it together.
Yeah. Well, I don't blame him. I mean, there was just nothing there. It was shut down.
Pound the rock, Whitey. 3 yards in a cloud of dust, brother.
Yeah, but they were getting like 1 yard.
That's fine.
Uh-huh.
Let it open up to 2 and 3.
1 yard, and then you go back to the huddle with that big piece of turf on your helmet, you know, that you don't know is there, and your teammate has to go, let me get that off of there.
But my question to you is, what else was working?
Well, nothing, but the point is when you try to run the ball in the early downs and then then you're forced to throw. So if we can't run on first and second down, we're going to have to mix in some passes because otherwise we're facing, passing situations all the time and we already can't block them. So, I mean, nothing was working basically, right?
I was going to say, why not just do what Seattle did to us? Just pitch and toss and get 17.
Yeah. I think the Seattle defenders did a better job of pursuing and tackling, don't you?
Yeah, a little bit.
The lack of tackling, the lackling from the 49ers, it's been abysmal at times this year.
It has. It truly has. We're getting closer, and I'm feeling it. We're getting, it's starting to stir up a little bit. I'm not as scared of the Eagles as some people are.
That's good.
I'm good. I'm ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
Not scared of that little weak offense they putting out there. That's Tinseltown out there, brother. And then it
is an issue.
You call yourself Northeast, and that's the type of weather you're trying to put up in front of us. Like, we're going to be scared of that 55. I ain't worried about that 55.
The funny thing is, in Philly, 55, it's like summertime.
Right, they ready to.
Great.
Yeah. Gargano said, cats wearing shorts.
Did we make any progress today, Jay, from where we started the show, which was me saying, I am not comfortable with the way the game ended last night and the way DeMar DeRozan didn't run the play the Kings wanted to run. They didn't run the play Doug Christie wanted them to run. It scares me a little bit when you've got young players and your veteran can't do what the coach wants them to do. Did we make any progress? Have you come any closer to my position on that? Or are you still saying, nah, it's no big deal?
No big deal. No big deal.
Did you hear Kyle Draper talking about it?
I did, but Draper panics. See what he does when you talk a little Eagle mess. He'll panic and try to create a different narrative for the spin it, make him feel good. But no, I'm not. I think I'm just too far down the rabbit hole, Whitey, for me to have with understanding there are teachable moments at every turn when it comes to this season.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm a little bit down the rabbit hole in the form of bad basketball creates bad decisions. Bad basketball creates bad mental mistakes. I think that's what happened.
I liked DeMar. I didn't
Love
like
him.
that he made the mistake. He didn't run the play properly. Then after the game, when he was asked about it, he said, "We need to be more organized." It's like, you're DeMar DeRozan, so I get it. But we need to be more organized. That you were the one that was not organized when you didn't run the play. But be that as it may, I feel that it must have really frustrated Coach Christie for him to mention it the way he did and for him to explain this is the way the play was supposed to go.
Yeah.
He did say, I know when you're playing, sometimes things happen and you have to have a feel for it. But I think that had to be very frustrating for a coach who's having a very frustrating season. But I'm supporting you, Coach Christie.
Attaboy.
With my Pepperdine shirt.
The wave, Malibu in the air. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful town. You been to Malibu?
I have not. My daughter, I think that's where I got the T-shirt. She went to a basketball clinic there, and she said, "Aren't you overlooking the water from the Pepperdine campus?"
It is crazy, brother. It's a heck of, I know. I tell you this, I wouldn't have lasted. No doubt, man. It's a beautiful campus. Up the hill. It's beautiful, brother.
Thanks for being with us another big day. Welcome, Kayla Anderson, joining us Monday in the midday, along with, we'll find out, and of course, Alan Stiles joining us Monday as well. We're very excited about that. Thank you for
one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000.